This
First of all,
conference will now be recorded.
great. Hi everyone. This is Atul from team K21 Academy. As I said, this is my I'm here in India right now. Holidays on. I came here something for urgently on a break, or on so. But I thought this is very important. DevOps is where everything is moving towards. So I thought I should attend this and at least bring you up to speed. We have done a lot of changes, a lot of improvement. So you're in for a treat. Now, first 15 or 20 minutes, I'm going to be handed over to the to I want to discuss few things which will help you to learn and do this a little bit better, and we'll have a little bit discussions, but I want everyone to put in the chat window, stay attentive and ask questions in the chat window. We'll do some quick housekeeping as well, and a couple of things or best practices to make best out of this training. uh, Before we proceed, I want you to ask as many questions as you want, but the question number one is first, which or question number zero is this your first time or you have already attended this training in past? Some of you guys already answered that question, but I want if you can answer that again. The reason being is I logged out and my chat window is gone now. So put it in the chat window. Is this your first time you're attending any sessions, or have you attended any other training in past? So this first time. Omar is saying first time. Divya first time. Already attended. Jagdish, that's fine. First time, first time. Those who are first time, pay special attention for what I'm going to tell you, how you can make best out of this training. Attended, some guys have attended it, but let's say first time, a lot of first time, brilliant. Okay, then I want you to answer. Then I've enrolled. I'm associate class as well. Don't worry, Omar. Brilliant. If you attended any other trainings, you know that the process, you know the support, everything. But especially for those guys who are coming first time, I want to make sure that once you complete this training, and you should say wow. Your experience should be wow. And if it's anything below wow, you come and speak to me, please. Yep. If you've attended DevOps, good. And we'll come back, and I'm going to go to AWS DevOps, Azure DevOps, Kubernetes, all those things we're reviving and we are doing improving constantly. So the question number one I want you to answer is how you. I've also put in the chat window how your life will be different. Whether I- I'm hoping or I'm 100% confident it will be better after doing this course for yourself as well as your people around. And I'll have 5 or 6 questions which I want you to answer them over the next, which will help me to understand a little bit more about. That's question number one. And let's see whatever you can answer or whatever you can write. Um, okay, Divya is saying Terraform courses are awesome. Thank you very much for Terraform course. Are we going to go and improve like that? I would have a good job. So what will that? So what will good answer? Big deal career transition. What will then give you Berlin that career transition? What exactly big deal with career transition? What the career transition will give you? Good answer. I would like to have a good job. What good job will achieve you, and what is your definition of good job? And I want to understand the definition of good job. Is it money? Is it like something skills on the future, etc. as well? Charles is saying completing the CK course will improve economic situation. Brilliant. More detail. Economic situation and achieving the certificate will cement my career in DevOps. Yes, absolutely. Brilliant. Better pay. What will Adeo? What will better pay will achieve you? Because I have a lot of money. Am I happy? What will that better pay will achieve you? That's again go a little bit deeper. Further, good. These questions, keep these questions coming. Be ready for the industry. These new skills are future. Mira, brilliant. What will achieve by being industry ready? What will happen if you don't be yourself ready for it? Okay. To get a great salary, work-life balance, and new skill. Brilliant, brilliant. Yes, money. Yes. What will that money will achieve? Wanted to be a technical manager. What will happen with by technical manager? What are your current role right now, Divya? And what will happen once you become technical manager? Skills added for survival. Great. I need to switch from Java developer to DevOps role. Why you want to switch from Java developer to DevOps role? And again, the reason why I'm saying is what I've noticed last year are people are getting great result, but I don't want to settle just on those great results. I want to settle. I want to you guys to take to the next level, because I have seen some transitions. I want to do a lot of times it's the mindset game. And later when we go to module 8, module 9, we go to more advanced things, especially those who are from a Kubernetes program. We go to auto scalers, we go to upgrade, we do the backup and restore, we do like more advanced things. People started trying to give up, or try to say, oh, it's tough. And that is the reason why I want to know and explain you what you're going to do, or your bigger why should be bigger. And I'm not sure how many of you guys know Simon Sinek. He has a video on why you do what you're doing, and that the minute you understand your why, things will become much more easier and simpler for you. Omar is saying great salary and also change for others' life. Yes, whose life you're talking about, how their life will change. Brilliant. To start career DevOps with a security focus towards higher level, yes. Upskilling, higher salary. Waiting for name, if you put your name, that will be helpful. What that higher salary will achieve to you. Upskilling is always advisable. Good, Jagdish. And be prepared for upcoming challenges that can boost our confidence, ready for industry. Yes, absolutely. What will happen if you don't do that as well? I could see a lot of opportunities in DevOps. Bharat is saying, so that I can earn more. So need to switch from Java developer. Brilliant. So you're saying you're a Java developer, you see more opportunities in DevOps, and so you want to learn. Brilliant. So as a part of Bharat, we heard a lot of guys attended this DevOps program, and we got a lot of feedback. So we are adding Python. We are adding a lot of things. I don't want to give all the surprises right now, but more of interesting things are coming. So that's number one, question number one. Great. Good. I'll post one more question is that will help me to understand this. Like, one second, let me post here, and then I'll come to this second question. And another question is that what is your expectation that you will get from this course? Because ultimately, once we finish or will not finish this program till that expectation is met. So that's why I want you to write down whatever more in depth, totally fine. So say I want to do this, I want to earn this much, I want to get a job, manager, whatever is that expectation. And if we don't have, I'll go back and say, hey, do we have any gaps in our program? What exactly we need to be added as well. So write as much as you can. Even if you think it's unachievable right now, think that it's too much, don't worry about it. Those who have joined late, I'll give you how much coding or programming do you need to be a DevOps? I'm going to cover. Very good question, Vincent. Zero. Okay. If you're not a developer or a coder, don't worry. You know zero coding. People say, oh, I need programming. Don't worry. We'll still give you, we'll still teach you, we'll still guide you. But if you're worried about being, to be a developer or coder, don't worry about it. Yeah. To get a new job. So the basic objective is to get a new job. Okay. But be more specific. Job earning this much or this particular role. So the more specific, Ashok, the more specific you are, because I can get you a job now today. Okay. But I can put you in a job of whatever maybe. So what is your current job? Are you currently working or not working? So maybe earn that much higher. Okay. So be more specific so that after this, maybe 60 days, 90 days, or whatever, we finish and say, oh, I have achieved or not. Get certification and job. What certification, Frankie? Okay. Be more specific. Go more deep on these questions. And I'm going to make a note of all this, and I'll make you accountable. Please don't mind. Okay. And not in a stressful way. Make it in a fun way. That's the whole objective of attending this. You've given us an opportunity. We want to make sure that we make you accountable, and we make ourselves accountable that by that. Mira is saying, I'm currently a program manager in testing. I would like to move into cloud space and do hands-on. Okay, what hands-on, Mira? Go more specific, because I've asked my team as well, and I want you to start making smart goals. And I'm going to do these sessions a lot more often. The reason being is because more on a mindset, more on a career related, more on an interview preparation, more on making you ready, and make a right goal setting as well. Because I've noticed that a lot of guys, we as a techie, we struggle and get dragged into other things which are not more specific. So smart goals, having very specific, measurable, it's attainable, or it's realistic, SMA, attainable, realistic, time bound. So be and say, I want to earn this much by doing this course and do this and by within this time frame. Yeah, great. So more questions, keep these coming, because I'm going to read all of these over the next 1 week. This lot many questions are coming. I'll let them, so that I can work and focus on these things, guys, and work and towards achieving this. Understanding technical terms. Okay. Get certification and job. So show me, Frankie, what certification, what kind of a job you're looking for, and for job, which country? Okay, we'll come to that point. Don't give me country right now. Which certification, what kind of a job, how much do you want to earn that job? So be a little bit more deeper. Okay. Mira, I'm currently program manager testing, would like to move. Okay, I think we've already covered. Divya, okay, I think we've already covered. Terms, this is understand architecture level, we'll be able to cover that. Job earning 150K, yes, job earning 150K, but what kind of a job? Okay, within DevOps is a huge, there's a development side DevOps, there's an operation side DevOps, there's a DevOps and cloud. So a little bit more specific, so that we can start preparing you for the jobs. First CKs and CKs, brilliant. Okay, CK and CKs, Bharat, fine. I'm seeking to become a DevSecOps engineer. Okay. Uh, Got it. I need to guidance on what kind of opportunity can I apply for. Mira, we're going to have another session. I have a session on Tuesday, but on multi-cloud, and I'm going to bring maybe on Thursday. Next week during the weekday we'll have a little bit more on these sessions. Okay, because I see a lot of questions are coming. Brilliant. I'm currently working as a tester using Azure DevOps. Dinesh, so yes, you're currently working this. What do you want to become? Um, Madhurail saying, I've logged in now. I wish to be the DevOps path as I'm currently in automation using Ansible and OCI. Brilliant. Basically, I'm an Oracle DB. I have no idea if I move forward with Terraform and DevOps, and no idea if I move forward. No, both are great. You're an Oracle DBA, Madhurail. You should move on. I think you have taken the right step. Ansible, Docker, Terraform. Next week we'll be starting Docker. Today we're going to keep high level on DevOps. We'll give you entire 30,000 foot view of high level. We will begin with one of the most earlier we used to do a lot of theory part. We might bring that theory part, but I want to go bang on thing first. Docker. Next week we're going to cover Docker. So the trainer is expert Docker. He'll guide about Docker because Docker is the first thing in your DevOps cloud native applications that are the way applications and databases are built. So yes, you're right. Terraform, Ansible, Docker, these are good things to do. Tester, okay, fine. Working as a cloud technical engineer, DevOps added as advantage to get a job soon. Ashok, good. SA, now attending CK certification course, brilliant. Mira. DevOps engineer with minimum 60,000 euros. Which country you are from, Frankie? 60,000 is totally achievable. I want to have a job in IT field by all costs. I'm jobless right now. I hope to change my life as well. I was in manufacturing. I think I've spoken to you, Gideon. I mentioned to you complete the 50% in the program. One program, I think you're part of AWS as well. So do that and 50% labs, and then start connecting with my team to prepare. We help you with the CV. Dias, okay, sorry. Sorry, Dias. Okay, you can call me Dias. Sorry. Again, I'm very bad at remembering names and pronouncing names. Go with my intention. My intentions are very clear. I want to be, for me, it's more about we will be able to communicate things, and my objective is for you to give results. Okay, great. Okay, in Belgium, great. We'll be able to help you on this. 60,000 job is achievable. And one more question before we go, and I'll hand over to you, or I'll go through how you can make best out of this. Okay, Omar is from UK. Omar, I think you probably might be knowing, which is um, UK jobs are will help you about that. One more question is, what's the biggest challenge, problem, struggle that you're facing right now? Okay. Um, before you join the program, or you're still facing, what is the biggest problem, struggle? Someone said, oh, I don't need a developer. I don't need a coding. I don't know the coding. Or what? So what is the challenge you're facing right now? Okay. While let me share my screen. Answer this question, and how do I share my screen? Can you make myself presenter? Satyam,
Yes, please.
okay, great.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just yeah. Okay, great. Waiting people. Okay, I'm going to hide my video, and I'm going to focus on this screen here. So we'll go with Bennett. Okay. Um, So I'm from US. How to connect with the team for CV preparation, job live search? Ashok, questions like this, guys. Any questions you have, you don't need to wait for this session here. You can ask these questions in WhatsApp group as well. So how to connect? You just drop an email to support@k21academy.com. My team will take care of that. And what we are doing, Ashok, is we are also bringing a dedicated person whose role is just to make sure that your CV is being prepared. Currently, a team or pool of team members look after, but we'll give you a dedicated person for that role, maybe in 2 weeks time. Okay, but right now, support@k21academy.com. Do I need my associate in order to get a job? Very good question. So these are not real problems. These are not real challenges. I want to know the real challenges. These are simple questions. No, you don't need any certification to get a job, but you need to have a very good knowledge. Certification will help in picking your CV, but you focus on the job. Yeah. Um, okay, no experience in DevOps makes it tough to get a job. Again, it's a myth. In the program, we will have project works, and write your project work as a experience in your CV. So I collect all these questions, download them before, make sure that the question stays. I want to go through each of these questions with their name and email address, so we can help after this, because we have a lot of questions are coming. These are good questions. Okay, so and this way, I want to take this opportunity to answer these questions so that if you have similar questions like that, you should not be worried. You say no experience, whatever you're learning you're in this program, write them as an experience, okay, that you are going to do experience. um, Dinesh is saying how to pass AWS professional certification and get a better job. So you should be able to get a better job without even going professional certification, just with AWS Solution Architect, or even without Solution Architect certification. Okay, make sure that you complete all the hands-on lab. That's very, very important. The project work you do is very, very important. Prepare a CV. There is a sample CV on the portal, which my team will tell you in WhatsApp group where to find out, and or it should be in the portal somewhere in the right side. Use a template, don't copy it as it is. Inspire, take an inspiration from that, and for each CV prepare a, for each job description prepare a different CV, highlighting on the first page the key things which an employer is asking. We'll have more these question answer sessions on interview questions. Jagdish, challenge is understanding YAML and JSON getting difficult because of my non-coding background. Okay, again, don't need to worry about, you don't need to go deeper into YAML and JSON. You can become Jagdish on architect side. I have the same problem. I had the same problem. Don't focus too much into YAML and JSON. Focus and just a basic understanding. We should have a, if we're a part of Kubernetes program, we go deeper into YAML and JSON. YAML, JSON, if unless you're becoming a developer or you're developing something, you should be get away without those things. Jagdish, I'll explain you that as well. Said, I've already mentioned, want to get a job in DevOps with good in Kubernetes and Docker. So that's something you desire, you want after completion. What I'm saying is what challenges you're facing right now. Ganesh, okay, no coding or scripting background, you don't need, Rahul, it's a myth. You don't need a coding or scripting to move to cloud or DevOps. I don't have a coding or scripting knowledge. Collecting good, no Linux and bash experience. Myers, I think you should be having a Linux, little bit Linux as a part of this program. We'll having a Linux class as well now. Earlier that was a self-study bonus module was given. We will be adding that Linux into the program. So go through the Linux, and you don't need to do full Linux, basic Linux, VI, CPLS, bash, and we'll little bit about bash as well explain. But you don't need, again, you can get away without a Linux knowledge as well. There are guys who are working to cloud and DevOps without a Linux knowledge. It's definitely advantage. You should learn. We'll give you, but don't spend more than maybe a day or two on for the basic Linux. Yeah. Divya is saying, okay, I think I'm not getting any opportunity to get involved into technical discussions or suggestions. Okay, I hope as you go through this will be as you should be going through. Divya will help you on these things. Don't worry. I think Divya, we have discussed one-on-one as well, so don't worry. Omar is saying, can we use K21Academy for references? Should we need to? Yes, totally fine. Okay, but okay, use my reference, my like K21Academy, but make sure that you do the work, because people are going to come to me. I'll be transparent. For me, I'm very passionate about these things. My name is very, very, like, for me, my name and credibility is very important. Make sure you complete the labs. If you do the labs, if you have the knowledge, I can go to any extent for you guys. Charles, confidence, this is big thing. Charles is saying confidence deficient. That is something a big, I keep coming back. Yes, you need to be confident. There's no reason, if you do the 50% of the labs or 60% of the lab, there is no reason you should not be confident. Be confident. We'll do more sessions of that. That I keep coming. That's something I know. I face myself that particular thing. So we'll remove that. DevOps and operations and DevOps are two different paths? No. So DevOps has two paths. One is development and operations. And if you're not coming from a development background, you go more towards operations side. Later part, which is like a code build, code deploy, infrastructure, build, migrations, those things like this. Okay. Are you covering security aspect of the DevOps too? Right now, not in DevOps for beginners. We are coming up with the next program, which is multi-cloud and DevOps. In that, we are covering DevSecOps as well, but not in this part, Manjurat. If you're part of AWS security or Azure security, in that we are covering AWS security, Azure security, but not in this part for beginners, DevOps for beginners. Okay, with that, let's begin. Let's see. I'll quickly go on a portal high level. And as well, the session today is going to be 4 hours. We might have a break at a logical point. At each logical point, maybe after 1 or 1.5 hours. I think instructor, I'll let him to decide. He's an expert in DevOps. He has been doing, he'll explain of himself about, he is brilliant on this, like most of our trainers. My mantra is simple. If I don't get 5-star, 99% 5 stars, probably we need to look at either we improve and make 99% 5-star, and you tell us if you think that a session was not 5-star, you just tell us what we need to do. We will work on that. So the trainers are going to be brilliant. You don't need to worry about. Um, I'm going to do is that's how this course look like on portal. You should all have access to this DevOps for beginners. Left hand side, this is where you will see the all the well-done videos, lab, etc. This is where you will have live session recording. So today's session will be available here. All the previous batches will be there as well. Any point in time, if you're not sure, we have an onboarding person now, dedicated onboarding person. If you're struggling in a portal where to find where there'll be a video, if you're still not clear, maybe we'll put in touch with the onboarding person. Just drop an email to support@k21academy.com and say, hey, I need a little bit portal walkthrough, provided you have gone through the video, welcome video. We will more than happy to that person. Her name is Arushi. She will walk you through, but she works in a different time zone. Just give us few, she will help you on this portal walkthrough. Okay, all the modules you will see on right hand side, depending on which program, because I think there are multiple program members which are coming here on this part now today. So I'm going to keep it high level. Each program will have, once you go inside this like this here, on this DevOps for beginners or like whatever program you're part of, you will have a right hand side modules. These modules are divided into the lessons, and lessons will have quizzes at the end. There'll be a bonus module, there'll be sample CVs, there'll be exam preparation. All those things are there. Now, DevOps for beginners exam, there's a DevOps foundation. This is very basic. You will not need any of the things that we're telling in the program. Okay, the DevOps for beginners, DevOps certification is mainly for basic concepts around DevOps principle methodologies. Rest all we have added it, which will help you for the jobs as well. So don't worry about certification for now. Just focus on the jobs. My team will also tell you about these modules. I'm not going to go these things. The important thing is, if you don't want to be reminded about about the sessions, this is where you can click on and off here. You have two channels. This is very, very important, especially for those who are now coming new here. You can ask in the respective WhatsApp group. My team is available Monday to Friday morning. I think they work India time, 10 a.m., which is I think 5 a.m. GMT to maybe 2 p.m. GMT, which is 7 p.m. IST, Monday to Friday. Saturday and Sunday, we still have some support, but because we are busy on the meetings and sessions, we do these. You might get a late reply. Okay. Better would be if you want to make us accountable for something. There is support at k21academy.com ticketing system. You'll get a ticket number. That way you can make us accountable. I think you have unlimited retake over the next 1 year. You have lifetime access. We're changing that, so you're lucky for those who are here now. You all will be, the deal will be honored, but we are changing it to the 1 year. But going forward, you're very, very lucky. For those who have taken it, you have unlimited retake of the next 1 year. You have lifetime access to the program, so don't worry about it. We also have a referral or like, if you like what we are teaching, which we should be, no reason which we shouldn't be getting a 5-star. If anything below 5-star, ask for moderator. Just tell us what we can do to make it 5-star. But if not, I would love if you can give us a feedback or give review us either on Bark or Trustpilot or Google. And we on a weekly basis, on a quarterly basis, we got a draw. And I think there's a on portal way to find that draw. We'll talk about later about that. But you automatically added into quarterly draw 150 to $25, 3 prizes. That will also help us to see where we need to improve as well. But that's something later. We also have a referral policy. If you like what we are saying, if you refer someone, you'll get some referral bonus. You can again reach out to support@k21academy.com or ask in WhatsApp group as well. Okay, with that, I think that's pretty much, yeah. This is very, very important. Make sure you log into the portal. As I said, there'll be someone for walkthrough. Make sure you join the WhatsApp group. And this is something which I'll tell about later. I'm updating these questions so that we can make it a bit better and refer us and get rewarded. With that, let me take one more question. Okay, maybe I'll hand it over right now. So with that, I'll pick up 4 questions, and Shahid, can we switch now moderator? The presenter to the trainer,
Sure,
and ask trainer to explain a little bit more about him. And guys, as I said, today is going to be 30,000 foot overview about DevOps. We'll try to do as much about DevOps tools. A couple of housekeeping, guys. First thing, we will not leave you till you're happy with the program. So don't worry if we are unable to cover. Don't think that, oh, it's a 8 hours, sorry, it's a 8 session or 10 sessions or 15 sessions. I'm never behind number of sessions. I'm always behind results. So I'm not going to leave you till you get the result, till your objective is met. So I think I've asked this question earlier, and I'm going to ask again that, no, yeah, what is your expectation? What is your expectation from this course? So as long as the expectation is met, I'm not going to leave you. And that's my promise to you, that you will make sure that you get that, the reason why you came, you will get that. So don't think about, oh, we are going, we are quick, we are late, we are on extra time or something. You should focus on the result rather than, oh, you've taught us just 1 hour, 2 hours, sorry,
Sure, you
and so on.
understand.
Okay, so with that, okay, I
Wait.
think there is something. Can you put anyone on mute?
So now the guy has been calling me, the other guy has been calling me, the one that came to Manchester with us, because the guy already said,
Hold on. Can we have,
what happens? You know where FMSAT is working? I know the lady.
hold on. Can you put everyone on mute, please? Sorry, Satyam. Sorry, Shahid. And unmute me, please. Sorry, guys. If you have any questions, please ask in the chat window. Yeah.
Hi Atul sir, can you hear me? Hello. Guys, I think Atul sir is having some audio issues. Please give us some time. We'll get back to you.
Can you guys not hear me?
So now we can.
Okay, sorry for that. Okay. Did you hear my audio where you said that, where I said that, is it late to learn Cree?
No sir, no.
No. Okay, so one question was, are we late in learning DevOps? No, you're not late in DevOps. People, when I started my learning in cloud and DevOps back in 2013, 14, people were saying you're late. Not at all. Don't worry about it. Okay, you're at right place. Yes, there are some changes happening. There are new things are coming, but you're covered. We are going to cover all those new things. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry. Now, someone was asking question. Any further question before we hand it over to Syed? Can you switch and make a trainer presenter, and I'll hand it over to them. Guys,
Yes sir, doing that.
I'm going to be away now, but I'm available on WhatsApp group. I'm messaging as well, and I can take some questions before we hand it over to the trainer. He's brilliant. I think I've learned a lot from him. He will take care of you. But only a quick housekeeping, guys. Keep yourself unmuted, especially on day one, which is a huge agenda. If for some reason if we can't cover all the topics today, we'll move them to the next point. Let trainer decide which questions to pick. He may not be picking up all the questions. He will take a logical point all the questions. Some questions may or may not be answered during the session, but we'll make sure that before the next session all your questions are being answered. This is not for this one, but for others as well. Also, be respectful for others. Be respectful for others' time, others' messages, and be respectful, please. Yeah. One thing I can assure you is that I will not leave you, as said earlier as well, till you get your answers, till you're happy with the program. Okay. So Will we have mock interviews? Yes, definitely we'll have mock interviews. In fact, I'm going to have a dedicated. We are going initially. I'll have a weekly sessions. I'm just came to India for something urgently. I think once I go back to UK, then I'll start doing more on weekly basis, regular weekly basis on these sessions. Okay. Um, okay. 1 second. Rahul is saying I've registered for both CK and CKD. Both are got bonus of DevOps. I see all 3 training session at the same time. Do need to go for 3 trainings, all one? Okay, no. So Rahul, I think if you already started for CK and CKD, just focus on CK and CKD. Focus on those and come back again DevOps. We'll have more frequently DevOps. CK and CKD is a little bit more advanced. I would suggest you to stay on CK and CKD if you've already started. If you have not started CK and CKD, if you've just started, stick to this. We are going to go and take this slowly towards CK and CKD. So don't worry about it. We are going to DevOps is a huge. So we're going to bring different topic, different trainers, depending on the expertise, because the current trainer is expert in DevOps, Docker, Kubernetes. So he'll be beginning with DevOps, then he'll go into the Docker, then he'll go to the Kubernetes. We have other experts for Terraform. He'll bring and talk about Terraform. We have another expert for cloud. He'll going to come on for cloud beginners. We have another expert for AWS Cloud. They'll come in for AWS DevOps. Another expert for Azure DevOps. They'll come and talk about Azure DevOps. So you'll have mix, best of every breed. I'll be always be there. I know a little bit less than these guys. They are expert, but what I know is about mindset. I know about his interview preparation. I help with making sure you get the results. And Sahid knows pretty much most of the things. He'll be there in CK and CKD as well. I hope Rahul that helps. Will we have mock interviews? Yes. Bharat is saying few of my friends fail in CKD, so it's creating fuzz for me. Bharat, my promise is as long as you do all the hands-on lab in the program that we have mentioned and you have done our exam, there is a 3 sample exams you will getting for CKD. There's no chance you can fail. Okay. Provided, I repeat one more time, provided you do all the hands-on lab we are doing, asking you to do, and do you do the sample exam questions, 3 sample exam questions. These are hands-on driven. Pay special attention on the more advanced things where people fail or trip is about backup and restore. I'm not sure CKD has same set of questions or different, but Saeed is he'll help you. Don't worry. Okay, you're here for some reason. We'll not let that happen. But make sure you work from your side. Labs, hands-on labs as well, guys. 1 or 2 minutes, 2 things. Okay, Rahul, if you've just started CK, you're right spot. Stick to this class till end. We'll first do today DevOps, then we'll go for Docker, and then we'll go for Kubernetes. Yes, we're going to learn Ansible as well. We're going to keep it high level Ansible. I'm going to bring another Ansible person. There is a lab already on the portal for Ansible. Okay. Vincent is saying CK and CKD is on a training day 12. So we are running multiple batches in parallel. If you've just started, Vincent, maybe stick to this. Or if you want to start from fresh, stick to this program. Okay. Okay. Manjunath is saying that you said satisfaction guarantee during the program, WhatsApp, but did not get required support, bit demotivated how to escalate the support issue. Just ask, and this is a little bit, Manjunath, are you part of EBS Apps DBA or this is a different program you're part of? Because I think I spoke to one Manju. Give me the ticket number. That should not happen. So just write an email and say, I want to connect with Atul. I'm not happy with the service. I want to connect to Atul. It should not, if you have already rated to us on not happy, because when your ticket comes, there's 2 things comes. One is happy and not happy. If you've rated onto the ticket not happy, it should have come to me. Give me the ticket number now. I'm going to pick it, make sure that it picks up tomorrow. Sorry for that, Manjun. It should not happen. And again, this is a little bit shocker for me because I look at after this. So don't worry, I'm here. This shows, okay. And ping me separately as well. Give the ticket number on this. Okay, I've registered AWS beginners class and got DevOps beginners bonus. Both classes have the same time to manage it. Dinesh, if you've just joined, stick to this first, and then we'll take you to the DevOps, AWS DevOps. If you're already, Dinesh, already attending AWS DevOps, stick to AWS DevOps and come back to DevOps again later. Okay? Terraform Manjunath, don't worry, we'll take care. Vincent says seeking securities on a training day 8. When I started, how to go? I start coming training days from one. So Vincent, you stick to this program now. If you started when you came, it was day 8. Stick to this program. Okay, this will take you from day 1. I hope that's that will take care. And Manjunath, just put it. Say that I want to speak to. I'm not happy with the service or ticket, but give me the which ticket it is, because I'm going to make a person accountable. Terraform should be done by Amit, and I've got excellent raving reviews. Just now someone said Amit is brilliant. So I'm going to see why it's not happened. Okay. Okay. Put it into WhatsApp group on our Terraform WhatsApp group, Manjunath. Okay. With that, over to you guys. As I said, probably might be on WhatsApp groups. I might be log out for a few minutes, and as I said, he will take you on the ride. Don't worry. If you're still not happy, don't worry. I'm here for this. Is there any dedicated lab environment available to practice? So waiting for name, please put your name. We are very particular about names. So put your name and email address, which name you've registered for. Suresh. So lab is you're going to do it on the cloud. We give you step-by-step instructions to do it on Azure Cloud and AWS Cloud, and that's where you'll be building it. Yeah. Should we learn the basics of Python? Yeah, it will help in Python, learning basics of Python. Yeah, it will help. Not mandatory unless you're a developer, unless you want to build something, develop something. You can get away without Python, but if you're doing data science, data engineering, Python is a good to know. Again, we'll bring this in for advanced DevOps. Over to you guys. I'm not taking any questions right now. Let's begin with, we have already spent probably 1 hour. Wow. Did you spend 1 hour? No, 30 minutes. I think it's spot on. Over to you, buddy. Yeah.
Okay, are you able to hear me, everyone? Just you can say yes.
Yes, Kalyan, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, great. Good morning, good evening, everyone. I think people are joining from various parts of the world. So whichever is part of the day, just take it that. Okay, before introducing myself, right? So today we are going to discuss about the overview of DevOps. Sorry. I'm also seeing that there are a lot of people who are first timers, right? So let me start with a personal story. Okay. This happens 20 years back. Okay. So I'm around 23 years experienced now. When I was 3 years experienced, this happened. So I used to stay in Bangalore. My office is in Bangalore and my home is in Chennai. Don't mind, I'm drawing a lot of scribbles because picture makes a lot of things easier. Hope you're able to see my screen. Okay.
Yes, I think this is a brilliant way, Kalyan. I love that screening, and that's why I said I love when I see people scribble, and diagrams make much more easier. You're absolutely right, and don't worry. Yes, we can see your screen as well. Yeah.
So I used to work in Bangalore, and I used to travel every weekend in Chennai, which is around 6 hours of journey. Okay. So every week, this happened every week, and this 6 hours normally wherever it is, wherever I'm starting from. So it's around 11:30 p.m. at night. And I used to reach at 5 a.m. Okay, and even if it's the other way, it's going to be because it's much easier. No, so you travel and you sleep, and then the next day you're ready for your office. So on the weekend, I used to move, and then I come back to office on Monday morning. So this is my routine for 2 years around. So every week, almost every week, I used to travel. I realized that when I'm traveling from point A to point B, I know nothing about this route. All I know is I have to reach my destination in whichever end it is. Okay, I've been traveling and I was very comfortable with that. All I know is which ticket, which bus is standing in which ticket, which station, which platform, and then I board that, and then everything is done. I just go there, right? And it's comfortable. And it happened so one day that the driver of that bus, whoever was driving, no, he is very new in the sense that he actually is driving almost for the first time. And there was a roadblock somewhere at 2 a.m. in the morning when everyone was deep sleep. There was a roadblock, and so he couldn't move any further because it was a huge jam, and already there were a lot of buses standing in both the sides. He couldn't move, and the best part is the trainer of that driver had taught him only one route. And I'm talking about the times when maps were not there, right? Google Map was not there, and Google itself was not there. Google was in public domain only by 2003. So where from Google will come, right? Google Map will come. So nothing was there. So the driver had to memorize all the routes so that he can take critical decisions whenever there is a probably there is a critical situation. But this driver didn't know anything, and he stopped. He turned back to the passengers and he asked, like, do any one of you know the route, alternate route, right? You can imagine, no, everyone has to go to office the next day, and they were stranded in some place, God knows where it is, and mostly these places are very dark, so we don't know where we have come. and we don't know the current place using Google Map or whatever it is. And so we were asking him back, why are you asking this? Then he said, this is my first experience in driving. And you can see the reaction from the people. No, now everyone lost sleep, right? No, some of them were yelling at him, this is not my job or something like that. No, some people were really worried that whether they will be able to reach if the driver says he doesn't know anything. And seeing the crowd, seeing the traffic, they knew very well that it's not going to go further. And some of the people were very afraid, right, whether they are, and they were looking for other means of transport. So all this chaos were happening. In the middle, people like me wouldn't know what to do, because I don't know. I just board at point A and then I drop at point B. I don't know anything, where it stands, what are all the middle cities that are coming. I don't know anything. Now I was also worried, but there were 2 or 3 people in the bus who quickly came to the driver, and instead of shouting or instead of lamenting, they quickly came up to the driver and they said, take back, and then there is a route on the right side, left side, something they were guiding. And they were able to quickly maneuver the detour, and within half an hour they were able to take him to the route after crossing this whatever the this thing was there. They were able to trespass that, and then the route was not good, but still they knew it. And then they took him back, and once he realized that he is back to that one, he was able to catch it. So it was only a small 2 kilometer 3 kilometer place where he had to take a detour. Once he caught the route, then he went fast. It was then that I realized that I had been traveling for 1 year or 1.5 years, but didn't know anything about this. So all I knew was I was very safe, because I know the point of boarding, I know the point of destination. Someone, my father or my brother, will come and take me through, so there is no problem for me. Then I realized that I need to know the right and left of what is happening around me, right? You need to know what is happening around you, so that in terms of crisis, not only you come out of the crisis, but also you help others. Why I tell this story is because DevOps is exactly that. Okay, for the people who know DevOps, they already know the culture. But how DevOps is different from the tools per se, the one which we are talking, Java, C++, C, all that. DevOps is not a tool. DevOps comprises tools, but DevOps as such is a culture, right? Just like I said, there were some good people who developed the culture of knowing the place and helping the driver in order to maneuver, and helped all others to take it through that crisis. By helping him, they helped all others. So it's a mutual kind of help that they had, that everyone was out of the problem. There were some people who were lamenting, no? There were some people who were cribbing, there were some people who were shouting at the driver. What contribution they made? Nothing. People like me, no contribution. But the people who actually barged in and tried to help the driver took the problem out. Why? Because they knew over and above what is their job. Our job was to just board and sleep, but they knew something more than that. They knew the right and left of what is happening around them. And that's exactly what DevOps will teach us. So I've been going through the questions which you have been asking, and thanks to Atul for asking the right question. I didn't know that he is going to ask that, but it was very helpful for me to understand your anxiety as well as the questions, right questions at the right point. So first, we will not start with the questions like coding is necessary, or will I be able to learn, will I pass the certification, will I be earning this much? All that takes a backseat. The first thing is how good a team player you are, right? We'll start from the culture. I'm taking the advantage of this particular session because this forms the curtain riser. There are people who are new to DevOps, so you should not think this as something, the tool that you are going to learn. This is a culture. It's not because we are teaching this culture to you. This is how DevOps has been designed at all. So we need to understand that we have to learn this culture first. And once you learn that, you will understand that it is not that all the tools that you have to learn and by heart. As long as you are able to help the people, they will help themselves. That's what we are going to learn, right? So instead of going in a discrete fashion, all the people who are performing their roles, we know what are all the roles that we are performing in the project. We are developers, we are testers, we are DBAs, we are business analysts, product owners, scrum masters. there are a lot of roles that are present. In the previous generation, no, generation is just 5 or even 3 years. Okay, it's not 10, 20 years. It's just 5 or 3. In the previous generation, some 3, 4 generations back, if you are a Java expert, you get a job. You're a C++ expert, you get a job, right? But now you have to be a team player, right? Now you are very good. If I have been if I were a person who is recruiting the person, if somebody says to me that I don't know the tool, but I can help others and I can help myself, you have more chance of getting a job. Why? Because we have to work as a team rather than going to the individual expertise. And that's what DevOps will also teach. So slowly I will take you through slide by slide and tell you how this is the big picture, which is actually dismantled into small building blocks, and the tools that you are going to learn, whether you are going to do a CKAD, and some people said they are DevOps, and some people DevSecOps, some people Terraform alone, whatever tool you learn, right? These are all basic building blocks of this culture. So today we are going to see the big picture. And what is the advantage of seeing the big picture? You carry it through at the back of the mind whenever you keep your hands on the tools. It doesn't matter whether you are going to learn CKAD, whether you are going to learn Terraform, whether you are going to learn Prometheus, whatever tool you learn, but just have it at the back of the mind that you are part of the team. And sometimes there might be unknowns which you have to cross, and there might be someone in your team to help you because they are also in the DevOps culture, and vice versa, you will also help them, right? This is something which you are going a mile extra, but this will help the team to solve the problem faster. And that's why DevOps itself is designed. Otherwise, like C++ is going to be called as C++, Java is called as Java. Why can't we call Terraform as Terraform? Why do we call DevOps as, Terraform as a DevOps tool? So that means DevOps is a culture that encompasses all these tools. And how do we have to learn that? We will learn one by one. Right? Now we'll go from my introduction. So trainer introduction, Kalyan Mahalingam. You can call me Kalyan. And I have around 23 years of experience. After 15 years now, I forget how many years experience I have. So I don't keep account, but maybe 23, old enough, right? So I have around 16 to 17 years of experience in the IT, and then I pursued my career as a full-time trainer after 2016, I think. So even before our project, I was working in a major retail company in US that was my client. So we were building the DevOps from the scratch around 2012 to 2013. Interesting to know that that is the time when Docker also came up. So that was the time that we were actually building the DevOps team. So from then on, some 4 years I worked, and that I used for cross training within my project across several other companies, that is clients. So then I thought training is an interesting career, and that was DevOps was developing at that time very fast. So then I moved to DevOps as a trainer. Now as a trainer, I have trained more than 3,000 hours, I think. Again, I lost the count. Mostly it is on Kubernetes and Docker, general DevOps tools, including AWS, mostly on AWS, and Git, Jenkins, Chef. I have also started teaching Ansible, and then of course Docker and Kubernetes. So these are the tools that I am teaching, and I am progressively learning other tools also, because as I said, if you learn one tool, if you are learning one tool, then it is easy for you to learn other tools. So you have to catch the pattern, then you can go for learning the other tools. So that way, that is my overall. So mostly I concentrate nowadays on Docker and Kubernetes because that is the traction mostly the industry is on. We have a lot of questions about the market and other things. We will cover it slowly, right? So I will go to other protocols and introduction. The scope of this session, particular session, which is going to span for another 3 hours, is going to be an overview, because we are going to see a lot of tools, but we are not going to go deep into them. Some of the tools even I don't know, because I am not an expert in all the tools. As you know, it takes a lot of time, and also sometimes there are convergences, new tools that are coming. So I will keep all these tools at a bird's eye view level, but I will tell you what these tools do. When you know the big picture, you can easily understand how they are tied together. So these are all not details today. We are going to see an overview, but that will give you an excellent picture to carry it through until the end of this program, right? As I said, today is going to be something which you will carry at the back of your mind until the program ends, and after that in your career also, right? Whatever job you do. See, the training might be the same across the batches. Next batch, I may be taking the same. Next to next batch, I may be taking the same. The difference is in the speed and tone of the training, right? Because I see there is a diversified group. There are some people who told they attended, no, they started attending from session 8. So that means they might have had some experience. And there are people who are first timers, and there are people who are first timers to DevOps itself. So there are a lot of people who are having different experience. No? So how difficult or easy it is to set a tone as well as the speed, it'll be difficult because some people will see that when I'm training it's very fast, and some people will say you're going very slow. So whatever is your feedback, right? I'm going on a general sense, seeing that the people are new. So for some people who are experienced, beg your pardon, it might look very slow. I'm doing it on purpose to make the people who are newcomers up to speed. Okay, so understand that, but at the same time, if you have a feedback to share saying that you could go or you could skip, something like that. Are you not seeing my screen? Bharat is saying he's not seeing the screen.
No, we can see your screen, Bharat. I think maybe log out and log back in.
Yeah.
We can see, not an issue,
Yeah,
or at least I can see.
Yeah, it's saying that people can see your screen, so probably you could just see. Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
go
again, sorry, just wanted to reiterate one more time, guys. As I said, so give feedback, but also be respectful. Let Kalyan decide what he's going to run or how he's going to run it. But I'll make sure that you get all the value and result you get. That's my promise. Let Kalyan do his job best. I'll let me do my job best. Ultimately, you should focus on the result, which I'll again keep repeating. Yeah. Over to you, Kalyan. Sorry, I might not bother you after this time. Sorry. Okay.
Right. So next thing is something that is called known to unknown. I always believe that there's nothing that people don't know. So when you say you're jittering or you're afraid or you don't know coding, there is something which you know, right? The ultimate job of the trainer is not to start from something like integral calculus, right? Differential calculus, something which is weird, but we see many things in our real life. As I will tell you, I forgot to tell you that most of my experience is coming from banking and retail. As I told you, I'm for the past 8 years I've been until I did my delivery job, I was in retail. So most of my experience comes from retail, and before that I was working in banking. So examples which I'm going to throw in the forthcoming sessions are all from retail and banking. Right now, when we are retail, when I say retail, it's not very difficult to understand the real life situation. Just imagine when you are entering into a shop, what are all the things that you do, right? What are all the things that you see? How do you just go around the shelves to pick your things? And then if you look at the careful insight into what is happening inside that, you will get a lot of things clear. And that's exactly what is implemented in the life cycle of the product also, right? It's not very different, right? If we are doing some rocket science, yes, it's going to be difficult to understand because the front end is totally different from what we see in the back end. But the workflow which is happening, or take Amazon for example, everyone shops through Amazon.com, right? So we are going to go through something. We are just going to the site, we are browsing the catalog, we are adding something to wish list, then we are adding to cart, we are paying, we are confirming our address, then we are going for confirmation of payment, then dispatch, then delivery, right? This is the life cycle which goes on. The same thing has happened with me in the backend also. We are divided into 4 towers. Each and every tower hands over from the upstream to the downstream, and finally we take one transaction, assuming that I am the customer and I'm going to just take my product from seeing from the catalog till paying it and seeing it confirmed. Whatever I'm seeing, the same thing is translated in the backend into multiple towers. So when you understand what is happening in the real world and equate it to what is happening in DevOps, you can see a good transition as well as a parallelism. So when you understand the big picture, things will be very easy. And that's the reason why I say that there is nothing like you don't know. You already know, but the job is to make the clarity and connection that whatever you are seeing in the front end is what we are discussing right now in DevOps. So that's my job. So always I feel that you should have known to unknown, right? So we are not having an unknown zone. So whenever you say that I don't understand, I will give another example to make it clear that this you already know, and that's called as a progressive learning. So slowly we go, but you have a responsibility also here. What is your responsibility? When I say something is unknown, And when I say that I'm going to show you the known and take you to unknown, so the day one is going to have some discussion, right? The day two becomes the unknown for which the day one is known, right? No? So just like when you pass first year, second year, third year in your graduation, you should pass first year in order to go to the second year. You need to know the basics of first year to understand what you learn in your second year of graduation, right? So I cannot directly come into the second year and ask, no, I don't know what is the basics. It goes without saying that you should go to the first year to have the knowns. So whenever you are having a session, as Atul pointed out, you learn it, you do the practice properly, you make sure that day one, day two is very clear for you. Then I say that day three, I'm going to start, and I'm going to start with the known factors which we have already discussed on day one and day two. So mostly when you're coming on day three without probably, you may have multiple commitments that you may not be able to attend live sessions, but do go through all the playback sessions and then come prepared so that it will be easier for you to make a progressive learning. So I will see to it that I don't throw anything bizarre and say that this is the thing that we are going to discuss. This is no connection with the previous thing. Always remember that a problem leads to a solution, and a solution again will lead to another problem. This is how it functions, right? So always I will end up with saying this is a solution that we found, but the new solution has a problem. Next session we will discuss about solution for the new problem. This is how it will roll out. Okay, so always remember that progressive learning is the way that we are going to learn. I know that there are people who are not in CKAD, so next week I'm going to continue for the batches which are going to have CKAD, but you can generalize this. Whether I'm the trainer or anyone, the pattern is going to be the same. Nobody is going to have some new concepts thrown to you and ask you to learn immediately. So we have to correlate our real life experience with what we are learning here. And unlearning also is required. Later we will see in CKAD course also that there might be some unlearning required, because when I'm introducing some new concepts to you, I would say it in a simpler example, then I will contradict myself to say that's only for learning. Just like when you're learning cycling, you're doing a pedaling, right? But when you learn the bike, you unlearn the pedaling and you learn the balance, how to balance. There you cannot say I'm learning a bike, but where is the pedal, right? You have to unlearn the pedal. So now you have learned the balance from cycling, unlearn the pedaling, and go for throttle, right? Give the throttle. So that is what is called as unlearning. So I will take you through where all the points that we need to unlearn, which are the milestones that we can go for the new topics, all that I'll tell you. So I'm just giving you confidence. No, I saw one of the responses that not confidence, probably clarity is not there. So all this is to say to you that I have started my career in the same way only. I have started DevOps after I had become the manager, right? Somebody also told, no, they were in PMO. I think Deepa or someone, Meera told that she is in PMO. I was also in PMO, right? And at that point of time, I was doing incident management reporting. Divya, thanks Divya. I was doing incident management reporting. The incident management reporting is something that happens in production. I'll have to take the answers and then I'll have to report to the PMO, but I didn't know the head and tail of it. I was just the manager who was just repeating whatever was given to me as an input, just like a newsreader. Then I thought, okay, this is not the way we have to. We at least need to know what are all the tools and how they solve the problem. I need not solve, but at least I will understand how they solve the problem. Then things became easier, right? So that's how we have to have. So we will do that in the same fashion. So if people don't have confidence, don't worry. That's how we will start. We'll start with 0 and we will slowly, learn incremental learning. In QA, I have been a tester for almost through my life. Even now I'm a tester, right? So in QA, they call it as Kaizen. I don't know anyone has heard the Kaizen, Kaizen. Anyone knows the meaning? You can type it. Kaizen. Kaizen means it's a QA. Normally, if it's a QA, then it's a process. If it's a process, it's from Japan, right? No, this is a Japanese word which says small but incremental learning, right? So that's how we have to do, and that's why I put progressive learning. Okay. Practicals, we will be doing practicals. Somebody asked, no, whether you will be having, the environment. Yeah, environment will be given to us, or we will handhold you in order to create your own environments, whichever way it is. But we will do the practicals. What I normally do, every trainer has his own way of doing things. So what I normally do, you can see that I am having a help file. So what I do is whenever I do the practicals, sometimes people are coming from non-Linux background. No? So I normally use Linux background because Docker itself was created for, it is more conducive to Linux. Later, it became for PowerShell and other things also, but not normally, the Docker goes well with, naturally, it goes well with Linux. So people are there who do not know Linux also. So for them, what I normally do, I think you can see the change in screen. So I develop something like this. Okay. So this is nothing but when I teach you something, if there is any command that is to be written, so I don't want people to waste time on syntactical errors like service spelling mistake and people coming back in a large crowd. No, if you come back and say the command is not working, later I find that it's not the command mistake, but it's a spelling mistake. So things like that, we can save time here and there. No? So small time also saving also contributes a lot. So normally I put this, I have some color coding which I have explained here, what each legend means. So I give this topic by topic, you can see here, and day by day and topic by topic. I put all this and I just give this to you, share this with you. And I think for people who are going to take the CKAD course, for others, I don't know, trainer might be different. This is my practice that I give you, so that when you see that, you can just take this, and then for the first time when you do, you should have confidence in attending the practicals. So you can take this and then directly you give this command, copy and paste the command and see how things are working. Then you can understand the workflow. So normally it has to complement, you can see complement with the playback session, which means what, when I'm explaining you and when the things are being recorded, I will also put this file where I will tell you what are all the, and mostly this will not have any mistakes, because after entering it myself, after seeing it successful only, I will paste it here. When I paste it here, you can take and then you can just rerun it so that you can see. It will give you a lot of confidence, and then when you practice again and again, it will come by heart, right? I'm not seeing any command here, it comes by heart because I've been teaching this for a long time. So by practice it will come, but for the first time, to gain confidence, you take these commands. Normally I denote the commands by this pink, the purple color, so I put that so I can easily identify. And any websites, any topics, any explanation or notes that need to be given, normally I put all these things so that it will be helpful for you. So this along with the playback session will be very helpful for you, so you can just carry through, right? Until now, any doubts or you want to clarify? I have not answered all your questions, but the way that I have explained, if you have anything to add up, or if you think that this method can have a different dimension or something, you always are welcome to suggest. If it's good, then I will take, because for me also, I normally say that I'm not teaching you, I'm only sharing knowledge with you. Everyone has knowledge and everyone is aware now. So people who are working or having a different knowledge, implementation knowledge, whereas I may not have the implementation knowledge because I'm a trainer. So when you say something, then it adds up for me. In fact, that is the reason why I developed this itself. Normally when you say something and when it's convincing, I put that so that I give it to the next batch. They will always find it helpful. And you can see that there's a tab called useful info. So if there are any links which are good, then I will just take this and I'll put it here so that it will be helpful for you. Any extra information that you require, you could also suggest. As I told, it's sharing knowledge. So whenever you can share your knowledge, I will put it here so that it will be helpful for all. Going back to the same bus example, so one person helped and everyone actually benefited from that. So we will make this so that everyone benefits from this help file. Apart from that, if you have already any knowledge, you can also share that. As I said, it's just sharing the knowledge, right? Yeah, I'll come to that. Raja Reddy, I'll come to those points, right? Yeah, thanks a lot, Janish. Right. Now we will go, I think, yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Divya. Now we will go towards DevOps, but actually I wanted to cover about the timing. So normally we are meeting by 7:30 p.m. IST, okay, and it goes on till today it is 11:30, 4 hours, but normally I think it will go on till 3 hours, that is 10:30 p.m. IST. Whatever time it's in your zone, just convert it. And we will have a logical break. For example, today we started at 7:30, so in next 1 hour we can have a logical break. And I want to tell you that it's a dinner time for me also. So I'll finish my dinner at 9:30 p.m. and then I'll join back. Right? So we'll have, if it is going to be 3 hours, yeah, thanks a lot. Waiting for your name. I don't know your name. So we will do that, right? And then logically we'll have break. So sometimes it will be 9:30, sometimes it will be 9:15. So I will take a concurrence from you, we will break and then we will join back. Mostly I have to pause the screen. I think so. We will work out the logistics. So as I said, we will have 15 minutes logical break in this 4 hours or 3 hours. So today it will be 1 hour from now. We will have the break. Right. Why not? Before that, what is DevOps? Right. So a lot of people were asking, what is DevOps? And somebody also asked, develop DevOps is the same as operations, right? All that. See, I told you, the DevOps is not a tool. We call it as a DevOps tool. For example, Jenkins is a DevOps tool, but is DevOps as such a tool? No, it's a culture. Okay. Now let me explain you how this is a culture, and then we will come back to this diagram. Right? This is this slide. We will come back. All of you are having development experience. I mean, when I say development, project experience. Even if you are a student, right, you would have done software development life cycle. There is a paper which is inevitable in any of your courses, whether you are doing BS, BTech, MTech, whatever it is. There is a software engineering, right, SDLC. So that course is inevitable. Now, what do they teach in software engineering? The discipline of making a software. That's what they teach, right? Now, in when you go from the student world to the work culture, now there are some culture shocks that you would have. Whatever you have learned in theory is something different. You would have learned a paper for one full semester, but people will be doing in the half of the day, right? All that they would have done in first half of the day, and they'll be waiting for the next work, which is totally a different technology. Happens, no? So that means we need to have a clear idea of what is the work that we are doing. Not your work, not your role, but I'm telling about the general work that is happening in the project. Now, any project is going to have a start date, and any project is going to have a finish date. Normally, we call it as a release date, right? No? If you have a different name, yeah, just punch it in. But let's have some common terminologies for common understanding. Any project like this, you might have multiple projects running in your organization, right? No? So a start date for client one, right? No? For example, if the client is, let's say, Qualcomm, right? Qualcomm. So he will have a project. Your organization is doing a service, right? You are a service provider. So you are taking the project from Qualcomm and then you are doing it. And if your client is GE, so this GE project will have a different life cycle. Normally, I think people nowadays have already turned into agile. We will see what is agile later, but normally we call it as a sprint, right? A sprint is a small cycle. We will talk about agile also later, but just remember that a sprint is nothing but a start and an end, a small start and an end, which is going in a cycle, and by the end of the cycle you would have completed the entire project. So you are taking a small chunk and then you are doing it. That small chunk has a start date and some requirements, some number of requirements that you are resolving using your coding and testing, and then you are releasing it onto production. Release date is when you release it to the production. That means what? The customer can see the product. Now, this is how all the projects run. Forget about which model it runs, whether it is running through sprint or it is running through waterfall, whatever it is, this is how generally the project runs. Now, there are two sets of people. Okay, I'm talking about the big picture of DevOps. Remember, there are two sets of people who are working. One is called as verticals. Okay, this is how they call, and this is how I see in many projects which I have worked in many organizations. This is how they call. So if you have a different name, yeah, you can just correlate that name. Verticals. Who are the verticals in a project? Your project starts on a start date. Now, what is the start date of a project? Maybe you have been given set of requirements, right? No? Let's say you are given 20 requirements. Now, this requirement is given by, they call it as business analyst, or you call it as client, you call it as product owner, whoever it is. Somebody gives you set of requirements that you have to finish it. Let's say you are starting it on March 1st. Okay, 20 requirements are in your hands by March 1st. As a team, you might have to finish this by March 31st. So this is the release date and this is the start date. So what are all the various phases through which this requirement goes through? First, you have to understand these requirements. In previous generation, we call it as business requirement document. So they will have some statements. They will not have requirements, but they will have statements. Then the statement will be converted into SRD, system requirements document. This will have even more elaborate things. Login has to be on the left side. Password has to have this kind, that kind of specifics, granular specifics it will have. Then the developer will come. This is done by the BA, let's say, right now, business analyst. Then the development team will come. What they would do? They would do a high level design. They will do a low level design. The low level design will be a pseudo code. They will almost write a code, right? Almost they will write a code. That's called as a low level design. And the next set of developers will take and they will do coding. Then the testers will come. The testers may not know anything about coding. We will come to all the development related testing that we will come later. But just for now, understand that the tester doesn't know anything about coding. He takes the requirements. He has written a test case on the requirements, and without knowing what is being coded, he just tests it. Okay, this is called as black box testing, right? Now, black box testing, he doesn't know anything what the coder has given, the developer has given. He will just go and just test whether it is working or not. If it's not working, then he's going to raise a defect. Now, this is how it goes. Then there is something called UAT, user acceptance testing. After the tester has certified that this product is good or okay-ish, then it goes to the user acceptance testing. Here, business testers, people who are involved in business, they will come and test. They have their own test cases, and they have the difference between the tester and UAT type of testing is one user who is going to come from the business user. They will have test cases which are very much relevant to the real-time world, how the customer faces. Whereas we will test the product which is given to us using the requirements. This is the first. Second is they will have real-time data. The business users will have real-time data. They will bring the customer, okay, the customer information, and then they will see it. So that means there is even more seriousness into this kind of testing. They will do that, and then finally they will hand it over to something called as deployment. Deployment is the place where your code will be deployed onto production. So this is called as verticals: developers, BAs, testers, then UAT, and probably who are all helping you, DBAs. These are all called as development. This entire thing is called as a development team, and this is called as dev. The DevOps is having two parts. No, the first part is called as dev, the team which comprises on the verticals. So you can call dev or verticals, both are the same. It's called as verticals because when you draw a line, you can see that the project is slowly going towards the release date, and that's why it's called as the verticals. Now there is another team called as horizontals. Okay, and this is called as ops or operations. Okay, what do they do? You cannot just like that develop something. No, what do you need? First of all, every developer needs a laptop. Every developer needs an operating system within that laptop. Correct? When you buy a laptop, can you buy a blank laptop? What do they advertise also? They say pre-installed, Windows pre-installed, IBM OS pre-installed, right? So that means you need to have an operating system. You need to have all the credentials, user credentials. If there are 10 developers, all the 10 developers should be able to log in to the system. So that means they need to have their credentials punched in. Then what they need to have? They need to have the applications. You are working on billing application. You are working on networking application. You are working on FMCG, whatever it is. You need to have the applications loaded. That also has to be loaded. And then you need to have patches. There might be some security patches that need to be involved so that no hacking is being done. Right? Some utilities have to be there. And for these applications to work, you need software. For example, you may have data. For the data to work, you need to load the database. So all these things comprise to have you work on first day, March 1st. You need this on March 1st to start your work, correct? No? And this should be present all through. Not only this, first of all, to make all these things, you need a laptop, right? And that's called as infrastructure. Not only your laptop, your server, right? Your data center, all these also machines which are required. No? So this is called as infra team, which is procuring you all these things. So you are taking that for granted because we are all just day one we are being paid for 8 hours only for our work. So we think that all these are prerequisites, so I need to have that. But who is procuring that to you? Who is delivering it that to you? That is the infrastructure team. and there is one more team which puts all the OS applications, patches, utilities, credentials, everything, and that is called as the configuration management team. This team actually is different from the infrastructure team. Infrastructure team buys the product, for example, a server or a laptop, right, or webcam, whatever you require. No, everything is being bought and they are giving it to you. Then configuration manager comes into picture, and then he loads all the necessary things so that you can do your job on day one. Then there is somebody called network engineering team. What do? They connect you to the network. Most of you might be working from home, so you are using VPN. So who is punching the VPN into your machine? How are you being connected? Using the VPN. So who says that if it is the VPN, it has to go to this IP address? Then you can connect to this. If it's a different, then you have to have a different IP address. Something they are doing from the networking part. And if you are saying that I'm not being connected to my network, you approach these people, network engineering team. So these are the people who are called as horizontals. Why they are called as horizontals? See, the vertical teams like developer, tester, right? The the UAT, all these people are attached to one project. I told you your organization can have several such projects. Your organization, if it's a service industry, it can have something from Qualcomm, it can have something from GE, right? No, it can have multiple projects. Now every project is going to have dev team, which is developers, testers, right? All these people. And these people who are from GE, for example, they are not concerned about what is happening in this team, Qualcomm team. It's a different team, right? So if they have a April, for example, 10th as the release date, and these people have March 31st as the release date, all the developers of this team are working for March 31st. They are not going to worry about anything that is happening in the other teams because they are mutually exclusive. This is the characteristics of the dev or the verticals. Whereas you cannot have an infrastructure manager separately for one team. These people are called as horizontals because this picture will tell you that there are several verticals which are working. Dev, right? This is client 1, this is client 2, this is client 3, client n. For all these teams, horizontal is 1. Right now, these are the infra managers who will be working on a daily basis. Somebody will be coming newly, some new employee will come, they have to procure the laptop. Some new employee would have joined but his credential is not working. The configuration manager has to do it for project C. Project A at the same time will be approaching for new laptop procurement. Server will not be working, server will not be connected to the network in project E, so network engineer has to work. What is happening here? These set of horizontals are catering to various needs from various projects, from various phases, right? No, some people will be crying at the development, some people will be crying at the deployment. All these things people have to take. So that is why these people are called as the horizontals. The horizontals normally are not paid by the client mostly, or they will be having something like, I will pay for 3. If there are more people, then you keep. That is how the industry works. But developers, all the dev teams are being paid. So normally, the industry is going to have an optimized set of horizontals. Whereas since each and every dev team is being paid, right? They will have as many that is required. You can see that. You can just compare at the back of your mind how your project works. No? You can see that the network team is very small, whereas you have 15 developers, 30 developers. Right? If your project is big, that's because it's a billing kind of thing, which is happening. That means they are under tremendous pressure. Correct? No? You can see that in a day, if something doesn't work, how many people from how many phases, from how many projects will be approaching the horizontals. Now, how they will solve the problem? The most important point is you have a client. If you're a developer, you have a client. I told you, for example, Qualcomm is your client, GE is your client, right? Or IBM is your client, somebody. But for infrastructure team, for network engineering team, for configuration manager team, who's the client? You are the client. They don't have to report to Qualcomm, GE, or any of these clients. They are taking the request from you and they are resolving the request only to you, which means you are the client. Which means what? They are not answerable to the clients. This is the problem. Now let me explain you with one good example. Let's say, for example, now there is a GE project which is running right now. There is a development team which is taking it through until March 31st. Let's say we are running release right now. This is called as the new release is called as release 31. It is going to end on March 31. So that means they have to finish all the phases. These phases are called SDLC, software development lifecycle phases. In agile terms, they are called as sprint. Okay, this is a generic term, whereas this is the term that is given for agile or the other this thing which you have like extreme programming. Wherever you are, you will be having it as a sprint. Now this March 31st they have to complete. So a developer will be working with, let's say, 20 developers. A dev lead will have 20 developers to complete. Normally a sprint is 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks. It doesn't go beyond that. So in a 4-week sprint, how much requirement you can take? Probably 20 requirements. At the max 40 requirements. If you are very aggressive, you can take 40 requirements. You have to take these 40 requirements on day 1. On day last, you have to complete all these 40 requirements, convert into an application which the user can experience. Right? That is end user, customer can experience. It will be in the portal. Right now, if it's a bank, then the banking application will be on the portal. All the 40 requirements would have been resolved by this. How much of pressure these people will have? Let's say there is one more. The developer lead thinks that for the amount of requirements that we have, right? Later we will see a word called as throughput. Generally, we know what is throughput. A throughput is nothing but the capacity with the available team, the capacity that you can make. If you take cricket, for example, if there is a score of 400, a throughput can be from the team of 11 can be probably 30 runs per hit. So only if you have more number of people, more number of overs, then you will be able to hit the score of 300. If you are setting a target, if the other opponent team is setting a target of 300, whereas all your batsmen are down, you are having only 2 batsmen, but you are having lot of overs, the throughput is very less for you right now, which means you are under tremendous pressure to win. Right? So that means throughput is nothing but the capacity to reach the target. Now the developer will say the throughput is very less for 40 requirements. If I have only 20 employees, I need to have one more employee. I am re-estimating that to complete my project on March 31st, all the 40 requirements, 20 is not enough. I need 21 people. So one more person is added to the project. Right? Now this person will be billed by the client. I'm telling you the big picture, remember. This person is billed by the client. That means the client is expecting him to be productive from the day 1, right? Every hour is being billed. Now let's say, for example, this person has been inducted into the project on, let's say, March 1st itself. March 1st, the project begins and he has been inducted on March 1st itself. But the infrastructure team, right now, who is the horizontal, have not made the laptop ready yet. They are saying that it will take 3 more days to deliver the laptop to this new inducted employee. They have to do a lot of things because you are given the requirement only now. So even if we expedite the process, we have to procure the laptop, we have to clean up the laptop, we have to load all the softwares and things, we have to check whether the credential is fine, everything, and then for us to return this to you, it might take 3, which means this person alone, instead of starting on March 1st, he will be starting on March 3rd. This is not acceptable. The client is paying from the day 1. So first 2 days, let's say 8 hours. Agile normally works for 8 hours a day. So 8 hours into 2, 16 hours of productivity is 0 from that person. Now who is to blame for? Is it the developer or is it the infrastructure team? Remember, every team is going to have something called as a PMO. A PMO is a meeting that is held at the highest level. This PMO actually is being discussed between the project team and the client. Normally the client also sits. The client will ask that there is one person who is not showing me any productivity, right? You are charging me for 16 hours, but I have not seen any productivity from him. What is he doing? Now the developer cannot say that infrastructure team has not given the laptop because it is an inside problem. The development cannot go and expose their weakness to say that procurement is delaying. That he cannot expose to the client. right? No? So that means what, he will internally escalate to this higher up saying that the client is billing, but the infrastructure team is not working. What will the infrastructure team say? They will not take this, no? They will say it's none of our business because we don't know who the PMO is. We are not bothered about your client. You gave the request to me yesterday. By process, I'm going for 3+3 days. So by process, it will take 3 days. If it is something like an escalation, you have to manage. The buck stops with whom? Is it the developer? The developer also did his job. Maximum he could estimate only on the last day because he's seeing some new requirements being added, a requirement being wrongly estimated. All this happens in a project. So that means he sees that there is a delay, but he can not be held accountable for, because in part of the project it happens so. The infrastructure team also cannot be held accountable because it normally takes 3 days. How can they expedite? And moreover, they are having line of other duties also. Another project would have given enough time for them. So they are busy in catering to those needs rather than expediting you, right? No, so they have 8 hours full. They are also fully packed. So nobody is to blame here. But who is ultimately impacted? Client, no? Ultimately, it's the client who is going to suffer. You are going to tell him that we could not complete 40, so we are completing 38 requirements only for you. Right? So client is unhappy. So that means there is always a gap between a dev team and the ops team, which is nothing but horizontal team versus vertical team. And this gap is, remember and understand, this gap is global. Okay, this is not to a particular project or particular domain or particular people. This is always, this clash is going to be global every time it is happening. This is a systemic problem, right? The problem is there because horizontals do not have a responsibility to report to the client. Verticals have their own problem to complete it on time, and they need horizontal support. Now what would they do? In previous cases, what would they do is they will go and probably unbill the person. That means you will lose, or you will make others work extra hours. Just think back, in your experience, you think back, sometimes your manager would have told you have to work extra 2 hours. If you just have an insight, you would have seen that some of your employees, your co-workers might be absent, right? So because of that, the manager would have the pressure to complete it on time. So he compensates that employee by making you work more. Right? There are many ways in which they do that. It's called as resource management. So they will do that. But ultimately, everyone is suffering, right? For the systemic problem, everyone is suffering. And that's the reason why we say DevOps is going to solve the issue, right? So how DevOps is going to solve the issue is what we will see. If you understand the gravity of the problem, right, you will understand what is being given here. DevOps is the union of people, process, and products to enable continuous delivery of value to our end users. I told you, the end users are going to suffer because of our internal issues. And so we'll have to see to it that we develop a culture, we shake hands. Again, going back to my bus example, so it's a problem between the bus driver and the passengers, but somebody came in and did something so that it value added, and we achieved our goal of reaching the destination on time. DevOps is not just automating a pipeline. Many people think that it is just an automation. If I learn the tool, if I learn how to automate, then probably I have learned Jenkins, for example. Right? Jenkins is the tool which is automating the pipeline. Let's say if I've learned Jenkins, then I have excelled, so I'm going to stick on. No, if you are a Java expert, yes, you're right. Tool expertise is required in the previous generation. Now what is required is what you know on the right and left, what is going to come. How can you prevent, or how can you warn that some upstream is not working fine? Even if I take the work today, it will take a lot of time because I know what is happening in my upstream. It is going to take a lot of time, right? So you warn the people. How do you warn the people? By knowing what is happening in your upstream, right? And that's what we are saying. DevOps is not just automating a pipeline. It's not about learning a tool excessively and extensively. Tool keeps changing. Today you have Jenkins. Who knows? Tomorrow Jenkins will be bought over by, let's say, Travis. What will you do? So that means you will have to know the big picture. Tool learning comes next. So understand that we are learning DevOps in order to make the big picture understand so that we can help each other. Right now, next, if the value only reaches the dev and the QA environments, but it is held up before reaching the production where it can be realized by our end users, we are still failing, correct? That's what I told. No? So if you are building a bridge and there are multiple people who build the bridge, and finally they say as a team we worked, but we were able to complete only over bridge. No, we were able to only complete this side. So to this we have worked as a team. So it's a success. How can it be called as a success? No passenger will be able to travel through this unless the end portion is completed, right? So that means you'll have to see to it that end to end everyone works together in order to complete the project, so that it adds value. So we are still failing. That's what it. So I'm giving you an overview of what DevOps is. Rather than going through the solution, I'm just attacking through the problem which you will face if you don't have DevOps. Slowly we will see why learn DevOps, right? Now, why should you learn DevOps? We know what is the problem, right? What is the problem that we are trying to handle now? So now, if I learn DevOps, I'm telling that the problem will be resolved, but I didn't tell you why and how. So why we have to learn DevOps, right? Of course, in order to resolve the problem, but we will see how this has been taken through. No? So before that, we need to understand the evolution of what is happening in the the deployment world. Now, when I say deployment world, we will come to what is deployment. For beginners, we will come to what is deployment, but understand that when you take a code to the production, right? When the user is able to see what requirements he gave, normally they call it as what you see is what you get, WYSIWYG they call. So when the user is seeing that this is the requirement that I wanted and I'm getting, so that is called as deployment. Successful deployment takes all the requirements into an application so that the end user can use it. Now, if you see in 1990s, when I was starting my career, waterfall was the only method. We never even discussed about any other methods. Waterfall is the method. Now, what is a waterfall? What is a waterfall method? See, when you are having, I'll tell you how I started my career. So I was working for a telecom company called AT&T. It is existing in bits and pieces, but still AT&T is one of the probably culture company because they invented C. AT&T Bell and Power Trees, no, they invented Unix and C. So we should remember this company. So I was working from IBM as their client. We were from IBM helping them. So AT&T. So what had happened here is they actually had the waterfall methodology. They followed the waterfall method because I told mostly that was the only thing that was available at that time. So what they did is they gave us around 653, if I'm able to remember that, 653 requirements totally. Let's say they gave it on January, right? January 1st, 653 requirements. This is one project, one full project. We took this until October, right? Now, let's say October 31st. And we completed all the 653 plus, maybe in the middle some requirements might have been added. No, all these requirements we took to production on October 31st. That is, we took 10 full months in order to complete the requirements into an application. We took 10 full months. In the middle period, what happens? The requirements are converted. Last time I told you, the requirements are converted into BRD, into systems requirement document, into HLD, high level design, into low level design, into coding, into testing. All these 10 months, client will not be able to see anything. He is totally shunned down from what is happening. We will give status reports, but we will not show them the product because the product is not ready. And finally, on October 31st, we will release all at big bang, one shot. This is called as waterfall method. In waterfall method, we make something called as a phase containment. Okay. Now I'm giving a lot of words because I'm assuming that this being recorded. So whenever you see a new word, these words are being used in the industry. So you can just take that and then remember it. When you play back, you will understand. Okay. So phase containment is, I'm going to stop business requirement document. They call it as freeze. Right? These days they call hiring freeze. They don't hire any person anymore. Right? So that's freeze. Business requirement documents and system requirement documents. Once the 653 requirements are captured and approved by both the sides that we are going to take this, then there is a freeze. Okay. Every time there is a freeze. Finally, when it comes to deployment, we will have all the 653 requirements and we have phase contained everything, which means we resolve whatever is there. If there is any problem, we resolve it here itself. If there is any requirement confusion, we resolve it here itself. Once it goes to low level design, next phase, nothing can be tampered. You cannot alter anything. This is how it goes. Okay. Finally, on the 10th month, you are getting the product. What is the flip side of it? Okay. See, I'm not using the word disadvantage. Right. I'm just saying flip side. This entire thing, no, it is actually, if you see, it is something like subjective. Okay. For example, when we were kids, we didn't know landline also. We didn't have phone at our home. Then the next 10 years, landline came, right? In the 90s, we were having landlines happily. End of 90s, I'm talking about India, probably in other countries, it might have been 2-3 years before, only 2-3 years before. And in the 90s, late 90s, we were exposed to a little bit about the mobile phone, and then mobile phone, came in the 2000s. Then mobile phones were turned into smartphones. And now we have reached a place where we don't need a physical device also. I think if you just follow carefully all the technology that is taking place, you can have your skin itself as your mobile, right? So something that is already come up. So that means we are evolving. At that point of time, we did not have, no. So my kid used to ask me, right, if you didn't have mobile, then how did you communicate? No, we were happy with landline. No, but landline you cannot take outside. No, he is asking because he is curious. He doesn't know that he is in the smart world. So while he was born itself, he was having the smartphone. So he is wondering as to how you survived with just a mobile. So what will you do when you go for long distance? How will you communicate? He said, we will not communicate. No, how can you not communicate? He doesn't understand only, right? So if I look back, I can say that okay, it was a disadvantage, but at that time we were happy only. No phone also happy, landline also happy. We did not communicate, but we were happy, right? So we didn't have WhatsApp, but we were communicating through telegrams and letters, but we were happy. So I cannot say that it's a disadvantage, but I can say it's a flip side looking back. Right? All these disadvantages which we call in the tool, no, they are all not disadvantages, but when they're all context sensitive. So I won't put the word disadvantage, but I'll say a flip side of doing this is client is investing huge dollars. Okay, we will also read the budgets in systems requirement document. We have to give the budget also, how much is allocated from the client. We have to freeze and we have to get approval. It will be huge, in thousands and thousands of dollars, because he has to make the team alive till 10 months. 10 months into 50 or 60 people into $44 or $50 a day, whatever it is. He has to make the system. So he is spending a lot without seeing anything. How much of money is being wasted to see the first application run after 10 months, right? This is the greatest problem that we had with respect to the waterfall method. But we were happy, as I said, because we didn't have any other method. So client was also happy, and client didn't bother about what is happening also. To be very frank, he didn't bother about that. He said, you are doing something, show me at the end. If there is any problem, we will solve it together. He was also understandable, because he also knew that he didn't understand anything from the software world. You are bringing something, let me see it at that point of time. This is how it went, right? But now we cannot wait. So what we did, we made it into chunks. That's what you can see here. The next step, what we are seeing is, we are seeing the entire thing into chunks. Agile. So agile, as I said, is nothing but a small set of, if it's not 600 requirements, it's 20 requirements or 40 requirements a month, or a sprint. Okay, we solve that and then we go. Now there are many words which, if you allow me, just I will explain quickly, and then we can go back later. Whichever, whether you are DevOps or whether you are CKAD or Terraform, you will get across these words. So you will have further explanation, but I'm just giving a bird's eye view of all these terminologies. We know what is waterfall, we know what is agile. Now what is monolithic? What is a monolith? First of all, a monolith actually is a stone, right? A statue which is carved from a single stone. That's called as, it's a word which is coming from the architecture world. So if you have a stone and then you are going to make a statue out of that single stone, then this is a monolithic, right? What will be the bad side of this? If you make a chip off, you'll have to throw this entire stone, because if you are planning to make something, it has to be from that single stone only. So when you are actually chipping off by accidentally his hand or his legs, you'll have to throw the stone and you have to take another stone. You have to start from the scratch. Why? They are all together. They are not in pieces, they are together. And that's exactly what monolith also means. Monolith is all the set of applications which are together. So if I have to put you in perspective, we know how Uber works. I will take this example during our CKD session also. So beg your pardon if I am repeating this at that point of time, but Uber is the best example, right? No, just think, no? When the person is boarding the Uber, or even before boarding the Uber, right? You call it as Lyft. If you are using Lyft, Uber, right? I don't know any other country having any other taxi service. I don't know, cab service, generally a cab service. So what do you do first? You search, no? And then what do? You find a driver, then you board, right? No? You track, then you pay, right? And then you get a billing, and for all these things you get notification also. These are the things that are happening in the life cycle of your travel, right? No? All this is becoming some module, right? If you open the Uber application, the Uber application is simply divided into these modules. So you are having search, okay, this is called as trip tracking. Then you are having driver management, you are having passenger management, you are having billing, you are having payment, you are having notification. All these are individual modules. But if I say that all these have to be combined in order to make a single jar file or single C++ file, this becomes a monolith, right? No? Why? Because when I make a single file out of it, and let's say there is a problem in driver management, what happens? You'll have to bring down everything to make the correction, no? Because they are all in the same thing. So you'll have to make, no, if there is a problem, you'll have to bring down, right? No? So that means without having any mistake, the billing and payment are also suffering, right? No? They are all down because driver management has a patch. They have a defect fix. They will all be brought down because jar file has to go down. What is the other the side of it? If it is made up, everybody has to test their part, because they should see that the new defect fix is not making any new problem to their already existing file or already existing module. So unnecessarily they are doing the server down, and when it is up, they are wasting a lot of productivity by retesting when they don't have the need to test. These are all the disadvantages that we have with respect to monolith. Again, when I say disadvantage, take it from the context sensitive perspective, because this is where we have been exposed at that point of time. We did not have anything else, so monolith was okay. Then what is this physical server? See, whatever you see on this side, no, development process, application architecture, all that which you see, no, these are all nothing but how, a process, and what is the architecture that is being used. How do you deploy that? You are deploying it using a physical server. A physical server is nothing but something which you see like a server, no? You are having in your desktop, you are having a server kind of thing. They call it as a CPU, correct? That in a very large scale, you can call it as a server. A CPU in your desktop, in your computer, personal computer, can be taken in a large scale to be a physical server. All the data is being stored here. Then application infrastructure. Where do you put all this data finally? You are putting it into a data center. For example, all your company, all your organization, all your client data is there in a data center, right? So all these things make the previous generation. Then how did it change? We came into agile. Then we call something called as N tier. From monolith, we made it into N tier. What is this N tier all about? See, in the middle, there was an architecture. The point that I am coming to now is something called as a microservice. Okay, but before microservice, I told you a monolith is made out of a statue that is made out of a single stone, which means if I have a jar file, this jar file is going to have all the modules, passenger module, driver module, everything. So when you are trying to fix a defect, you have to bring down, you have to make change, you have to bring up, test the entire system. That's called a system testing. They do an entire system testing. This wastes a lot of amount, no, dollars. So what they are doing, they said, okay, now I'll make something called a service. Okay, I'll make a service. For example, the billing is a service, the payment is a service, notification is a service. All these are services, but they are not called as microservices. Because they are stacked one over the other. What is the problem in stacking one over the other? When you have multiple, let's say, bricks, and when you are stacking one over the other, the load of each and everything is being borne by the one which is up to that. No, for example, consider this as a brick. You cannot take this out. Why? Because this weight is being borne by this one. It's not very easy to pull this brick out because all the weights are being borne by here. That means what? They are not independent. That's called a service oriented architecture. It was existing, and I know that it is still existing. Some of my legacy applications, my colleagues are working in service oriented architecture. So service oriented architecture is services stacked one above the other. What is the difference? The difference is they have to communicate with each other through a fixed protocol. For example, if you have to communicate with your friends, how do you communicate? You will take the phone and communicate. If he is not available, then you will take WhatsApp. Right now, if he is not available there also, you will take an SMS, or you will call somebody and then who is nearby and then pass the message, ask him to contact him, and then just tell this, convey this message. You have multiple ways. But if I'm saying that if you can contact only through WhatsApp, and that too between 11 and 1 o'clock, between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., right? What happens? I'm giving you a protocol of communication. The protocol becomes very rigid. And in the service oriented architecture, it is called as enterprise service bus. Don't worry about these things. If I'm giving any jargons, no, don't worry about that. Understand the big picture. Anyway, we will cover it later. The enterprise service bus is nothing but a rigid protocol which says you have to communicate in this way only. I'm giving you freedom, but the freedom is restricted. That's what it means. So it's not a complete freedom, no. So that is called as NTR architecture, which is nothing but, again, it is nothing but your service architecture basic. And we started creating virtual servers. Later we will see what is virtual server, but on a broad thing, just understand a virtual server is nothing but a Xerox copy of your physical server, a photostat or a copy of your physical server. For example, when you photostating, when you're xeroxing your paper, one is original and you can make 100 copies. The copies are exactly ditto of the original. So virtual servers are nothing but just the ditto of the original, but in virtual form. So you can create hundreds of servers, right? They are called as virtual servers. And from data center, we started moving to host. You can see that this is evolution. So we are finding a problem, we are finding a solution. In the next generation, in the early 2000s, Agile came in. I think in 2001, Agile was proposed. And then all these multiple tiers came up, virtual servers came up, and something called as hosted. What is the difference between data center and hosted? In data center, you have to have it. The accountability is yours, right? But in hosted, somebody is hosting for you. For example, some of your organizations, I think you are coming from various different clients. So some of you might have your emails which are actually coming from Gmail, right? The client whom I worked with, called as Coles, you would have heard that, KOHLS. He is the retail giant there in US. So he had the email hosted through the Google only. So it will look as if you're accessing the Gmail, but your domain name will be separate. It's not at gmail.com, but it is at coles.com, right? So that means what he's doing, he's taking your data, he's hosting it on his infrastructure, but the data is yours. You are still the owner, but he is the custodian. Whereas in this data center, you are the owner, you are the custodian. Now what happens now? You are outsourcing, correct? No, you are need to somebody who is well managing your data. So that is what is hosted. So hosted means I can give the job to somebody, they will manage it for me, but still I am the owner. That relieves some of my responsibilities. So slowly we are moving towards something to ease our work, right? Then came DevOps. Now DevOps is furthermore split. As I said, in Agile you had these problems, developers and testers fight. I mean, developers and operations fighting with each other and all that. Slowly we invented DevOps. DevOps and Agile combined. Even though this picture shows that DevOps and Agile are different, they are together only mostly. We will see that in detail, but just understand that they are together. But DevOps is a refined form so that you are adding value add to your customer, right? And microservices we are. So the microservices is more independent. it's just like loosely packed bricks. Okay, so the bricks are not one over the other so that one carries the load of all the above, but they are loosely packed so that you can just take that. So in microservice, the protocol is free. Okay, so there is no rigid protocol, you can communicate freely. We will also see about microservices in detail, but for now understand that they are loosely packed and they are independent. So ultimately, how does it translate to? If I'm having a problem in let's say driver management, all others will not be disturbed, only driver management will be disturbed. You might have seen, no, in the sites that you frequently access. For example, you might have seen banking sites. The banking will work fine, but stocks will not work fine, right? The stock information which you try to pull the data, it will say site is under maintenance. So that is a microservice, and they are saying that this part alone doesn't. So you can come back, but it is not that the entire banking system has failed, no, just that part alone is not working. So we have brought that down. Why? Because the stock module is totally independent from the banking module, and that is independent from the wealth module, and that is independent from the loan module. So you can access many others but not one, and that doesn't affect the ones which is running in production. So that's the advantage. We'll talk about that more. As I said, these are all 50,000 feet, view, right? Then we'll come to containers. So we will discuss more about these containers, but I'll tell you in a word, because we are going to discuss about this also. I'll tell you in a word as to what is the container and how is revolutionizing the entire thing. Before that, let me see if there are any questions. Okay. The developer is having his own server, right? No, the tester is having QA server. This is called as development server, or sometimes they call it a sandbox. Okay, which is nothing but just like your individual laptop. All the developers are having their laptop. They will code in their laptop. First, they will finish their piece. Okay, tester is given a QA server. Then UAT is given a UAT server. Right now, then finally we are going to production. Let's assume something like this. The developer is actually making the code. Now all the developers with their pieces of code will converge and one code will come up. Let's say there are 20 requirements which are actually translated into code. Right now, in the previous example we saw, no, one sprint equal to 20 requirements. So there are 10 developers who are taking two requirements each, and they have made a code out of this. They have tested individually. Right now their code is working. Now they will integrate all the code. Generally it is called as DIT, developers integration testing environment. They will put all their individual pieces together and they will test one full 20 requirements. Many problems will come, no? When you are testing your own piece, it will be good, but when you integrate with others, some new problem might come up. You'll have to solve all those problems, and finally they will say, we have tested the entire code of all the 20 requirements, they are working fine. What they will do? They will deploy, right now, onto the testing. Now the testers have to test this code and they have to say whether it is passed or failed, right? Yeah, I'll come that. Yeah, to answer your question, waiting for name, since I don't know your name, I'll take it's waiting for name. There is, but it's not very much respected because there are no one single responsible person. ITIL is something which is a foundation by one person, but DevOps, as I said, is a culture. People are giving DevOps certifications, but it's not much respected. Rather than going for DevOps certification in general, you can go for tool certification. For example, your chef is a tool, so you can go for chef certification rather than going for DevOps certification. Okay? To answer your question in short. Coming back, here we are having deployed it, so they have tested. What is the problem here? If the developer deploys, what will he deploy? He will deploy only the code, right? No? The development team, right, will deploy the code onto the testing server. Do you think if the developer says all the 20 test cases are passed, do you think all the 20 test cases will be passed in testing team also? No. They will find out problems from the day one. They will say there are 15 defects. The developer will be surprised to know it is working in my environment. I tested it. All the 20 test cases passed. How did you write? How did you come with 15 defects? The same code only I have given to you. No? How did you find so many defects? The reason could be many, no? Because the developer is passing only the code. He is not giving the other utilities. What about the operating system? What about the utilities? What about the software? What about their versions? What about the data? This is different from the development environment. So if the operating system which the developer was using is 1.0 and the tester is using 0.9, one version less, it could be the problem. He's using a different data, he's using a different software, means software version again. All these things might bring a problem. So he will say there are 15 defects. The developer will not agree. What he will say? He will say that I have already done that for you. All are working. I will not accept this. Go and see whether it is correct or not. This happens, no? If you're a tester, it's your day in and day out job. You will go for a defect meeting and they will say this is not a defect, it is working. You will come back and then he will ask you to retest, right? No, this tussle will go on. Why this is happening? Because the developer used to only give the code to you, not other things. What a container does, a container not only gives the code, it gives you the operating system, it gives you the utilities, it gives you the patches, it gives you the software. It is one full shell. If everything is given to you, what you should do? You should come in and just check here. Everything will work in this world. It's a different world. Okay. So it's not just code alone. It's all put together in a single container. So when you come inside the world of containers, everything will work. The way that the developer tested, he says, I am confident all the test cases have passed. For you also it will pass, because it is a shell within which everything is there. It is not dependent on the test server. It is not dependent on the UAT server. Containers are sometimes or all the times called platform agnostic. What is agnostic? Not attached. Agnostic means not attached. So the platform agnostic means containers are not attached to the platform. So it's like a bouncing ball, correct? A ball is taking the same shape, right? No, and it bounces in the in the road, it bounces in the cement, it bounces everywhere, it bounces the same way, right? No, because the ball is not impacted by whatever platform it is given to. So the same way, the testing platform or UAT platform, the software, the operating systems, the data within that will not impact, because all are contained within this container itself. The container provides all the utilities, because of which it will never fail. So how much time it saves, you see? A tester has found 15 defects. They are not actual defects. He has wasted so many time. And developer comes in and tests it, and he says this is not a problem. Tester retests it, right? No, so a lot of times are being wasted. But here, how much of time optimization it happens if the developer is confident that all the code will work? Maybe they will find functional defects, which is part of the process, no problem. But these things of junk defects will not come into picture, because all are contained within the container. The tester is going to go inside the container and test it, right? No, so it will work fine. So this is what is called as containers. We'll see more about containers later. And cloud, we know what is cloud. What is the advantage of cloud? We know. For beginners, let me say that you already have a server, right? No, what is the disadvantage of having the server? Yeah, Vidyasagar, I'll do that, because we are coming to that point. I just gave you a curtain raiser. We have slides to explain the container. I'll do that. Okay. We have the server, right? So this server, remember that when you are starting a project, 70% of your upfront, I mean your cost, your budget, right now goes in upfront cost. What do you mean by upfront cost? When you want to install a shop, before you see the first footfall of the customer, what you need to have? You need to invest on the inventories, no? If you're starting a supermarket, you need to have all the things that the customer wants. You need to put that. You won't know whether the customer will come or not, but he cannot have a blank shelf, no? So you need to deploy all the items, groceries or vegetables or whatever it is, you have to put that. So you have to invest money. You have to find a place for rent. You need to find all the logistics, staff, electricity, right? No, all the equipments like freezers and other things, you have to keep that, which means before you see the first customer, you would have invested 70 to 80%, many cases 100%, right? No, that means if you have invested everything, when will you break even? Correct? It might take 1 year, 2 years. Sometimes what happens, 10 people come on the first day, 1,000 people come on the first month, 3,000 people come on the third month, right? Now slowly what happens, the footfall reduces. So by the time you gain some profit, the number of customers will reduce because you have a competitor or whatever be the reason. That means if you put your cost, if you invest all your cost into upfront costing, if you put all your money into procuring things before you see the customer, your the business could be on the dangerous level also. It will take 1 or 2 years. But if I say that you can have like, let's say if only 3 customers are coming, I will give an infrastructure for only 3 people. Later, if 4 people are coming, I will expand your infrastructure. Later, if 10 people are coming, on demand, I will expand your. So this is called as elastic infrastructure. Just like depending on what you want to tie, the band, elastic band is going to expand and shrink. Tomorrow, and after 3 months, if you don't see much footfalls, I will decrease. You don't want this infrastructure. No, you are not using it. Elasticity will decrease the infrastructure. You will save dollars, right? No, instead of investing 70%, on the first day you will invest only 10%. If you see more customers, you will invest 20%. Buy more infrastructure. And if you see suddenly that not much, you will again come back to investing only 10%. So on-demand infrastructure is something that is there in cloud. That is why it is popular. Second thing is, cloud is taken by somebody else, so they are giving the guarantee that we will make it work for you. The infrastructure, you don't have to worry, we will make it work for you. From that point, it has gone to a different level now. We will also see that later, what are all the other features that they have. So this diagram in short explains you where we were in 1980 and where we have come. So when your complexity increases, the tools also have to cater to those needs. So how they are catering is what we will see. Slowly we will go towards different tools in the next session. So I would like to just take a break or give a break to you at now. Shahid, do we have to pause the screen or how is it? Shahid, you are there? Okay, in case if Shahid is not there, then probably I will pause the screen as of now. We will continue from here only. So I think I'll have to pause the recording also, if I'm not wrong. So I'll do that. And then now the time, whatever the time is, whichever, we will meet 15 minutes from now. Okay. So in India, the time is 9:34. So around 9:50, right? 15 minutes from now, we will meet back. Is that fine? Somebody say yes so that, I can take this for others also. Okay, thanks, Raja. Yeah, okay. In 15 minutes, we'll come back. Then we will go deep into tools and other things. Okay? Thanks a lot. We'll come back in 15 minutes. We'll start in a minute. We'll just give a minute for others to join, then we will start. Okay, shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I will share again my screen. Okay, hope you're able to see my screen. And Sai, please see if I am still recording it. Okay. So we'll continue where we left. So I was discussing about the evolution of this. No? So these are all some of the things to just give you, more confidence onto you are in the right track. Okay. So, you have to have the technology which is running fast and which is competitive. No? So just to say that, how much is the revenue that it has, made, how much revenue has been made out of the DevOps with respect to these things. So when in future it's all going to be from DevOps only. So irrespective of whether it is IT or BFSI, banking and finance, or retail or telecom, everyone is going to catch that. So job vacancy is also increasing, as we know that we need talented people. And as somebody asked, no, am I too late? Actually, it's not, because what happens now is people are still in the phase of transitioning from the legacy to the new age tools. Right now, I told you about the containers. Right now, in the previous generation, containers were not there. You were using servers. Right now within servers we are planting the containers. So people are just moving now only. So they need more and more people who know the DevOps tools, either this or that, right? So if you know Docker, that's fine. If you know Kubernetes, that's fine. Whatever tool you know, they will induct you. So right now the job vacancy is very high. It is only growing because people are transitioning from legacy technology to these new age tools. We'll come to this DevOps cycle. So the second half I've just made it so that we will have a discussion on the DevOps tools. So all along what we have been discussing is a life cycle of DevOps and why it is required and how it evolutionized. That's what we saw. Now what is in with respect to DevOps? So what are all the different parts and pieces which we have to learn in order to make a big picture? So these basic building blocks called as tools, right? All that we will try to have a bird's eye view. So when I'm saying that we are going to have a knowledge of AWS, it's not the complete thing, but whichever tool which is probably very important or which is famous, those kinds of tools we will see. Nevertheless, there are lots and lots of tools which are available. I will give you a website, right, where you can find out that there are it's called as CNCF landscape. Just to give you an idea of where we are heading towards. CNCF is Cloud Native Computing Foundation. This is a kind of consortium. Yeah. Vinod, please check. No? The recording is being made. No, I have not paused recording. So I'll put this question to Shahid. I hope we are still recording. Right? No? Someone check. No? From your end, whether you are able to see recording running or not. You just check this. Yeah, coming back, no, these are all the DevOps tools which we are having. Yeah, thanks a lot, Raj. So these are all the tools. So whatever you see as DevOps tools, they should be here, okay, somewhere here. So this is a consortium. So do we have to learn so many tools? No. For example, now when I'm saying, let's say I'm saying that continuous integration delivery, I don't need to learn all the tools, right? It's enough if I learn one, that if my client, if tomorrow I'm changing a company or my company is changing a technology, quickly I can learn all others within that. They follow the same framework. Here and there, feature wise, they may be different. So you are having multiple tools, but if you are gaining expertise in one, that is more than enough. You can quickly go through the learning curve for learning other tools also. So that's why I said don't concentrate on the tools for now, whether I can become an expert, whether I can gain certification, all that. Let's now concentrate only on what is in for me with respect to DevOps as an overall life cycle, right? So I told you that life cycle is very important. You have to contribute. If you are a tester, you need to know what developer gives you. And if you're a tester, you need to know what you're giving to the UAT, business user tester. So you need to know the top and bottom. What is your upstream? What is your downstream? And you need to have a broad eye as to where this is going to go, right? No? For example, when you are actually seeing the the zoo, when you go to a zoo or a theme park, they always have a map, no? So in that map, what do they say? You are here. If you see, you will find out first what in that map, you will see where I am standing. So there will be a mark which says you are here. No, you would have seen this one. So they normally they give this kind of a you are here kind of thing. They mark it, you are here. What does it do? It gives you a landscape of the entire zoo, and it says what is there in the right, what is there in the left, where is the exit, everything. Do you need to by heart this entire landscape? No, you are just seeing, you are just recognizing, right? No, you are not learning by heart, you are not becoming an expert of this map, but you are just recognizing where you are, so that you know which place to go to or where to find the exit. Your objective is not to learn the entire landscape, just what is in for you, you just learn. In the same way, in the software development life cycle, as I told you, what are all the different things? Okay, a development can happen, a testing can happen, a UAT can happen, a staging can happen, right? And then production can happen. So many things are there. So you may be a tester. You should not say that you know only testing. You just need to know what is happening in development, what is happening in UAT, what are all the tools that the developers use, what are all the tools that other testers from other projects, other clients, what do they do, right? If you have a slightest knowledge about that, you are recognizing your environment, and that is enough. So what we are going to see now, maybe you might be thinking that so many tools are there in DevOps. Do I have to learn everything, or am I considered for job only if I know everything? Certainly not. There are people who are living with only one, for example, Docker. You can be a Docker admin for life. You have so much work to do in Docker itself, but only that you learn, recognize that these are the tools that are existing, and you don't have to solve the problem, but at least if you recognize that there is a problem and probably who could lead you to the solution, that information is enough. Nobody is asking you to solve, but if you could lead to person who is giving you the solution, that itself is fine, right? So you become an expert in one or two tools. Somebody asked me, no, is there a DevOps certification? So by DevOps certification, we mean nothing. We learn the DevOps concept and we recognize that so many tools are there, but that's not important. Rather, you gain an expertise on which field you are. For example, you might be in networking field, you might be in integration field, build and integration field, deployment field, release management field. In whichever field you are currently working, identify the corresponding tools, DevOps tools. For example, just you see here, no, how this goes, the entire life cycle, right? You see how this goes. I'm a developer, right? No, I'm going to develop the code. So what will I do first? I need to see where I'm going to have this code, no? Which is the place for me to put all this code? If you have money, you need a bank, you need a locker. So you will identify the locker, no? Which is easily accessible. right? No, you can have multiple banks, multiple lockers also, but you first need to identify a bank. So all your code is going and sitting in something called as code repository. So this is where it all starts. Okay, so we call it as code repository. You can put texts also there, you can put images also there, whatever you want, you store it in the repository so that you can access that, the developer can access that. Then from here the journey starts. Developer is having his own tools, no, C++, Java, nowadays we call it as Node.js, right? No, we have Python. All these are developer oriented scripts. So these scripts, for example, .py he creates using Python software. This .py is a file. He puts this file in the code repository. That is the place where all the codes are being stored. I'm not giving you any DevOps tool name. I'm just telling you how the cycle progresses, how the entire evolution progresses for end-to-end one project, right? No? Then you have testing. So testers have testing tools, right? No, so they are using testing tools. For example, they have QC, they have QTP, they have Selenium, right? They have JUnit, they have JMeters. So they have lot of testing tools that they are using it. Now, how the code will be given to the tester? The code is there written by the developer. The developer has to give the code to the tester. How will he give it to the tester? So there is a process called as deployment. So the developer deploys the code onto the tester, correct? No, just like a manufacturer manufactures the product and then he deploys to each and every shop, right? No, through the supply chain, what he does, he deploys all the manufactured goods, whether it is a biscuit or a shoe, he manufactures in one area and then he transports it to the shop or a warehouse, right? No, in the same way, the code has to be deployed onto testing. If testing says I'm all okay with the code, it has to be deployed onto the UAT. Then the process continues. Finally, it reaches the production. Correct? No? The code has to be deployed on the production. So deployment is a separate phase. We have got tools for deployment. Right? No? What will you do if you have 10 images? JPEG, JPEG, JPEG. If you have 10 images, what will you do? You will zip them. It is easy, no? When you zip the file, it is easy, because if you try to copy one file, one file, let's say into flash drive, so you may duplicate or you may miss a file. So there are a lot of possibilities for that, no? But when you do a zipping or when you do a tar, whatever it is, when you zip a file, what happens? It becomes one file. Then you can transfer this file into wherever you want, and then you can unzip it there. Correct? No? So what you're doing, you're just packing all together as one single source. There is something which is happening in between the code and deployment. So the developers will have lot of codes, no? So some will be there for actual code, some will be some configuration scripts, some will be giving the data, some will be readme files, notes. So all these have to be put together like a zip, like one single file, and that process is called as build. Okay, build. So all the codes are being built, okay, and then deployed. That's why it's called as build and deployment. So multiple developers are developing the code. All these codes are put together and zipped together using tools for build. So there are tools for build also. So we have seen code repository, code tools, development tools, build tools, deployment tools, test tools, right? No, and then you are having a lot of, let's say, deployment tools also, right? There are a lot of deployment. One, how you are deploying, there are deployment tools also. So that means end to end you have different tools. So when I say DevOps tools, you can find this over here. Okay? This is what we were trying to say, that when I say DevOps tools, all these tools put together are called as DevOps tools, right? No? So developer will have Visual Studio, NetBeans, and Eclipse. You can see that there are repository tools, right? Git or code commit, they're all this thing. And then you are having deployment tools. Jenkins is best example for a deployment tool, right? So you have multiple tools. what these tools are doing, they are aiding you in each and every phase to compile and make your job easier so that you can take to the next phases. So these are the deployed DevOps tools that you have to see, but you have to see what you are contributing. Are you contributing to the development? Then concentrate on DevOps tools which are development oriented. Are you concentrating on that? Are you a tester? Then look for tester tools. What are all the tools that are available? When looking for tester tool, you also see who gives you. For example, when I said who gives you, a tester should not only know testing tools. He already knows QC, QTP, for example, that he knows. But he needs to know the source. He is getting the code from where? Some deployment is happening, some build is happening. I may not know what is deployment, I may not be an expert at that, but let me understand that there is a deployment tool called as Jenkins. People are using Jenkins to deploy the code to me, and before Jenkins there is a tool called Maven which is actually building it right now. Let me go inside and Maven and see. I don't understand anything, but let me go inside and see. Let me go inside Jenkins and see what is happening. I'll tell you, when you progress like this, things will become much easier for you. You don't have to learn, nobody has to teach, but once you learn one tool, when you see to the right and left of how the upstream and downstream are happening, and when you open that, you will understand many things better. The DevOps tools are built in such a way. As we go to the individual tools now, you will understand how structured they are, that you can easily understand this. You don't have to be an expert, just open and see, right? So sometimes when you see the news, you don't understand, but when they show the pictures, you understand the gravity of that news. No, you may not understand by language, but when they show the pictures, you can understand that okay, this is something which is serious. The same way, when you open the tool, you won't understand the syntax of it, how is it getting compiled, all that, but your project knowledge will tell you something about it. That information is enough. For example, you may not know Jenkins today, but if I tell you, you can open Jenkins and search for error, the word called error. You search for the word called failure. You search for the word called logs. You start your knowledge of Jenkins from here. You don't have to learn what is Jenkins, what are all the components of Jenkins. No. Blindly, you get the knowledge from the Jenkins engineer. How do I open my project? And there is something called console output. You don't have to remember all these things. I'm just giving you a bird's eye view. There is something called console output. I don't know what is this. Take me to that point. Blindly, I will come to console output. I know that console output is a text full of words and letters and paragraphs. So after coming to console output, I will search for a word called error. Okay, up to this mechanical, I don't know what is Jenkins, but I have come to this point blindly to see is there a word called error. Go to the error, right, and see what is the error. Mostly the error is in English. Okay, it's a plain English. You will understand where the problem is. This is how you learn DevOps tools. You don't have to plunge in to learn the syntax and semantics, but just go inside and just grasp. We call that smell or sniff, right? Sniff these tools. You don't have to learn, but sniff the tools in and around. You don't have to learn everything, but what is to the right and left of you, just sniff the tools and understand some words, basic things. That is more than enough for you to become this thing. Somebody asked, no, I want to have a better learning, I want a better pay, right? All these expectations came in, no, when Atul was asking. So if you're an expert, that alone is not enough. When I started the conversation, I told you, that Java experts, C++ experts, those kinds of expertise alone is not enough these days. So if there is a problem in development, or let's say in testing, you should be able to go one step before and see what is the error that has happened. You should be able to tell that I think the right code is not deployed. There is a problem I saw in Jira that what they are giving in the release notes is a different version, and what I saw in Jenkins is a different version. So they told one version, but they deployed another version. So it is the version problem which is creating this problem. If a tester tells this, how good it will be, you see? You are giving a hint to others to solve the problem. You have not solved the problem, but you just digged some information upstream. You found that in Jenkins, they are deploying a code version number 0.1. But you are seeing that in the release notes, they are giving 0.2. Clearly, you see a difference. They have taken the wrong code and they have deployed it. That a tester can find. He doesn't need to be an expert, but he can find it out through simple scanning of what is happening in the build. That is enough. Got that? No? So I'm just giving you some highlights, but we will go deeper and see. Right? So this we have seen. Why DevOps we have seen extensively, and roles and responsibilities. In fact, if you are learning the DevOps, we will learn in a much deeper way, because today we are going to do a curtain raiser only, just a bird's eye view. So I will tell you there are a lot of ways in which you can contribute. So again, coming back to the question of the DevOps certification. So it depends on what role you perform in your project. For example, you are doing Jenkins, you are doing a deployment, then you have to write CI/CD pipelines. Okay, or you are doing something on shell, I mean containers, then container orchestrators. That is what you have to learn. So there are a lot of roles. When you learn DevOps, you have the big picture, but your expertise in one of these areas, whatever is given here, no, writing CI/CD pipelines or container orchestrators or DevOps strategist. You take one role and then take tools which are aiding to that role and be an expert on that. That is enough, right? No. So when I say DevOps, you are going to learn several tools. So have a knowledge of those tools, but take one or two. For example, you will learn Docker and Kubernetes, get an expertise on CKAD, right? So you just get a certification and then catch that tool and become a certified Kubernetes expert. Like that you can go, right? So these rules will explain, but mostly you'll have to have passion to do that. Right? You should not just see which is available in the market, which is high priced and something like that. What suits you is important, right? So you'll just take that. What is a framework? Right? What do we mean by a framework? See, when we see that we are just saying a framework, the developers will know that you don't directly code. Example, you are taking a GUI, right? No, so a GUI is nothing but, for example, I say bankofamerica.com, right? You are building a site. So do you directly code saying that main, okay, open, function, open, right? Then print, open, something like this? You don't do this. What you do is you just imagine, you collect the requirements from the customer and you imagine how the site is going to be, how the index.html is going to be, the front page is going to be. So you sit with the customer to understand, okay, I'll give a login here, I'll give a password here, right? No, I will give a submit here, something like that. You do know, this is called as a wireframe, right? When you do the when they construct the buildings also, what they do an architecture and they call it as a blueprint, right? No, whether it's your individual house or it is Burj Khalifa, they have a blueprint of the architecture. So they build exactly based on that architecture only, right? No? So what you are going to do is you are going to have a framework. This framework will tell you how do I lead my project. Now, one example of framework is something called as waterfall. Earlier, I told you on the beginning of the session, I told you waterfall is nothing but something like one development phase, requirement phased, completely taken all the requirements, 600 requirements. Then I'm going to development, finish all the development. Then I'm going to testing. Like this I go. So it might take 6 months for me to complete a project, but that is my framework. Then somebody comes in and says, no, the customer is losing a lot. Let us change the framework. Let us go into agile. Right? No? In agile, instead of taking 600 requirements, I take 40 requirements, but every 3 weeks. Slowly and steadily, I build this. On the first 2 weeks itself, the customer is able to see some 40 features. So I have changed my framework. Now what will happen? According to your framework, your coding, your testing, your release, all the methodologies will change. So that means you need to have a plan. First, you need to have a plan. And that's what this says, that when you're having a strategy, what kind of strategy that you will use. You can see that you are having tools. DevOps is nothing but a tool, set of tools. But can you just take the tools and then build? No, that will be ad hoc building. You will not do that. So you will use these kinds of structures, right? No? Anyone has used a lean? Just tell me if you have used lean. Lean. Sorry, I think all along I have been writing it only to Rahul. Maybe 1 second. Huh? Let me change it to everyone. Everyone. Yeah, good. Some people say lean, they have knowledge. Okay. Okay, Divya, good. You're following IT services management. Good. So lean is something which says that you need to optimize your work, right? Good. You are following agile. Good. See, people are following different methodologies. No, it's not about what you're going to develop and what is the customer requirement. First, you are designing a framework. In lean, what happens? Just I'm giving you some hints about these things. You can. It's a big study by itself. There are lean practitioners. At one point of time 10 years before, the highest paid software people were lean practitioners only. They give belts, just like they give belts in karate, no, they give belts. So a person who is earning a black belt, right, in lean is going to be the senior most practitioner. He will earn a very little number of people were there, who are practicing lean at that point. What is a lean? For example, if you are saying that there are 1 million, right, no, flights that are flying today, as of now, as we speak, all around the world there are 1 million flights flying. What is the probability of a failure? Probably some 10 flights will, let's say in the previous generation 1970s, 10 flights might have failed. When I say failure, not a crash, maybe some engine failure which has rectified, maybe in takeoff there is a problem, maybe delay, right, baggage missing, all these are failures. Okay, some 10 might have been there. Now you might have to optimize. They are called as tenets, which are nothing but rules. Correct. Six Sigma and the lean, they are all part and parcel. Ganesh, you're right. You know? So what we are doing is we are trying to optimize the mistake, and we are saying that you can have only this much of errors. You cannot cross beyond that, because when you cross beyond that, you are prone to probably kind of banana republic. They say no, you can do whatever you want. Mistakes are allowed and things like that. We need to have a structure, right? So that's why tenets were taken, and you need to follow a process in order to optimize the errors. For example, now they say 1 in 4 million flights only can fail. Okay, we have achieved it or not, it's a different thing. So they are saying 1 in 4 million or 1 in 5 million can fail. All this means that you're optimizing your resources, and you're not allowing all the resources to be wasted on failures. So that is something called as lean. So productivity is very important, no? So your profit depends on your bottom line also. What is the point that you are gaining a lot of profit, but because of poor maintenance of your software, a lot of money is going in reinventing the wheel. People are fixing the defects, and because of which a lot of dollars are being wasted, right? What is the use of you gaining the project, gaining money, gaining profit? So you also have to see that your bottom line is very strict. You don't spend much, at the same time you earn more. So that is something which lean teaches you. That is one type of methodology. There are projects which are going on lean and Six Sigma, so they concentrate on optimizing the resources. Then we have got agile. We know what is agile: quick, fail fast, they say. If you want to fail, you fail in the next month itself. Don't wait until 10th month and show me a big product of 600 requirements and tell me that nothing is working. So that's called as fail fast. And I'm also giving you some requirements. Always I'm giving you some requirements. So I'm adding the user expectation month by month rather than keeping him wait for a long time. So they call it as return on investment, no? So you have made some investments for the productivity of the developers, testers, and instead of waiting for 6 months, you open up some 40 requirements to the customers. Customers come to your to buy your product, so they give you money. So you're seeing profits in the first month itself, return on investment, no? So that they also call it as cost benefit analysis. So there are a lot of things which go in that: cost of error, cost of mistake. There are a lot of things which go in. So all this means that your process will decide as to how better you can make your team as well as your product productive, right? So agile is one process which says I will give you 5 requirements now itself rather than waiting 50 requirements at the end of 6 months. Then there are IT services management. Now this is a broad circle. In IT services management, it's a principle which is actually comprising of your traditional project management, your prints, your ITIL, everything. Basically what it means is they are all process oriented. Normally I have written here, no, agile is customer centric, which means you don't have to waste your time in writing multiple documents, quality gates and things like that. Quickly do and show to the customer what you are doing, and then immediately release it in the next sprint itself. Within 3 months only you release it. So that is customer centric, and that's why we say that individuals and interactions are over the process and tools. Normally ITSM kind of projects, they have a lot of management kind of things. People who have done PMP might know, project management professional, no? So they might be knowing what is this thing, right, or process about. So normally they will talk about these things, no? So anybody has used MS Schedule, Microsoft Schedule? Anyone has used? So this is kind of ITSM management only. So what it will do, it will say, I will manage resource management, capacity management, right? No, then cost management, then customer management, right? No, so there are a lot of, all these will have set of processes, and they have something called as KPIs also, key process indicators. So you'll have to give the document, you will have to submit the report and say that my project is going fine. It's a lot of document oriented things, and that's why I have put here that process and tools. ITSM demands lot of process and tools, whereas agile is more individuals and interactions. What do you mean by that? Always you will interact with someone. In the beginning you will interact with the customer, in the middle you will interact with the your SCM, your scrum master, right? No, and then at the end you will interact with product owner or the customer. So you will always be interacting, and you will fill up less documents. That's why it's called as individual interactions. Now most of the projects are going into agile, but of course ITSM is also an accepted thing. So people who are traditional are still doing ITSM. Now it doesn't mean that you cannot have agile and ITSM together. You can. I have been frequenting to Singapore for one banking client. Hybrid, correct, exactly, Divya, you're right. So I have been frequenting to Singapore for a client called JPMC. So he's having the South Asian headquarters there. So they were building agile based applications. So when I went there, so I asked them, because there is a small part in agile called as Kanban. You would have heard that. Kanban is nothing but a dashboard. How do you represent your status is something called as Kanban. So there, I used to take 2 days training on Kanban. So people who know agile will have a good idea about Kanban. So they wanted to learn in deep how to use Kanban. So I used to take the training. So I asked them, are you completely agile? So they used to say, no, only some of the teams. Only 20% of the teams are agile, and some 80%. Some people, some other projects will say we are 80% agile and 20% still the ITSM or normal traditional waterfall or whatever. Which means your project can run in one or more of the processes. Nothing, not a problem. So it's not necessary that if your project is running in agile, it should run in agile only. You can take hybrid and then you can run. Just think over your project itself. You can see that your project, some of your sub projects might be running in process. That's fine. But what is important is you should follow some one or other. Okay, it cannot have a kind of extreme programming they call. Whatever comes, I will do. There is no process oriented up. That should not be the case. Right? Next. So these are the things which you will have to just take, and this we have seen, right? What and why DevOps, we have already seen that. Right? This we have seen that. This we have started. Initially we started why we have learned DevOps. This is how I have started the discussion itself. Sorry. Just give me a minute. We have learned all these things, and now we will come to DevOps tools. Who should learn DevOps? This I told you, no. So you will be coming somewhere, no. Certainly you will come somewhere in this process, no. For example, you might be a developer, right? You might be a tester. Somewhere you might come. So all of you are eligible to learn something. For example, if you're a business analyst, learn the DevOps tools which are used for planning. Jira is one good example, right? Because business analysts normally use Jira. I will just write the, you might have heard and you might be using it also, Jira, for putting all the user stories and backlogs, for discussing about the requirements on how to place them, how many requirements they have to keep for this sprint, how much you have to give for other sprint, next sprint, all that they use. So if you are a business analyst, then use Jira. If you're a developer, host of utilities are available, no, you can use that. If you're a build engineer, mostly we will be discussing about Maven. There is also Ant, right? So there are a lot of other tools which are available. One of the tools you take and you learn. That means what? If you go in this order, for each and every role, there is one or more tools for you to learn. Okay. So when I ask the question, who should learn? So just consider your role today. You may not be knowing DevOps now, but you might be a tester. You might be a network engineer, right? You might be somebody. Understand that you have a role to perform with respect to DevOps. Tomorrow, when they are converting the entire project in DevOps, if you have the knowledge of one of the tools of your own role, then you are considered advantageous. Okay, so everyone has a role to play. Now let's go into the tools. I'm not going, as I said, this is just a curtain raiser, so we are not going to see each and every tool in detail. So let me give you that pretext, but at the same time, let's understand that these tools, how do they play in the big picture? Remember that not one tool is less important and another tool is more important. What is important here, I told you, no? So we are going to run a complete this thing, no? SDLC cycle, right? I have to start from business analysis. I have to write the requirements. I have to code, right? No, I have to test. I have to pass it through the EOT. Some automation might be happening in the testing. Then I have to deploy it onto production. So a lot of tools are involved, right? No, so the objective of whatever we are making is to learn some tools and understand that tool is there in which part of the SDLC cycle, right? With that context, let's just see how many tools are there. You see here. So for monitoring, I have Nagios and Prometheus. And then for orchestration, we are having Kubernetes and Swarm. And for configuration management, I have Chef and Ansible. Something which I am telling you might be, somebody told Terraform. Terraform is also there. For deployment, why did they not put, yeah, okay, continuous integration, they have put Jenkins, right? Travis CI. So when you see a phase, for example, when I see monitoring on the top, Nagios, Raygun, and Prometheus, you can either choose one tool or you can use multiple tools. They are all competitors. So you just see the feature, which feature is good for you, or which tool just you can take that and understand. If you know Nagios, 70% of the features of Nagios will be there in Raygun also. Somebody asked, no, do you need the knowledge of coding? Fortunately, most of these tools are built in such a way that you will be reusing the code, and sometimes the code will be pre-written. Okay, as long as you are not a developer, you don't need to know the code. But without knowing the code also, using Nagios, you can monitor and write small scripts. There are script generators also, so you can use them. These days, there are a lot of helpers available, so you can use them and write. So these days, nobody is starting the code from the scratch. Even the developers, they don't start from the scratch. If you get into AWS, AWS writes the code for you, right? So there are a lot of helpers. So for now, you don't have to worry. Whichever place you belong to, whether you are belonging to deployment or testing, understand one tool better. For example, testing, you take JMeter. Understand the JMeter. You may not be the developer first, but take the code and then test it, and then understand how the code flows. There are something called breakpoints, okay, where the code exactly fails. That you try to understand. That is enough. Later, when you are gaining expertise, you can start coding. And for coding also, a prior knowledge of C++, Java, that kind of thing is not required. You can directly start coding JMeter. You can directly start coding Nagios because they have a separate set. When you understand the overall picture, we can take the reusability concept. The sources are available in the internet. Sometimes people put the code, actual code, in the GitHub itself. You can take that code and just modify here and there. That is enough. Later you can do that. Now you can take the code and understand. That itself is good. So when I say tools, keep all your worry about, do I need coding knowledge at the backseat? Not required now. Understand the tool from the tool usage perspective. Then let's worry about the coding. Okay? Right. So these are some of the tools which we are seeing. We will at maximum possible we'll try to see one. Right. DevOps on AWS Cloud. So see the advantage earlier when we started discussing, no, I told about the cloud, if you remember here, right? No? So this point cloud came into picture, right? How did this cloud come into picture? What is the advantage that cloud has over these things? See, initially when they started the cloud, they said that we will take care of your infrastructure. As I told you, if you need 6 servers, we will provide you 6 servers. Tomorrow, if you need only 2 servers, I will do the elasticity and scale down. Okay, scale down your requirement only to 2 servers. Day after tomorrow, if you require 10, I will expand it to 10. Whatever you use, they call it as pay per use, no? Pay as you go, something like that. So like that, whenever there is a need, you give the infrastructure. We will give you the infrastructure. You pay only for that. That is how they started. Then they understood that they have a big market to play. They have started making something called web services. Okay, what is a web service? For example, now I'm saying I'm giving you a server, okay, from cloud. Then I see that you're using login password. Okay, always you're writing the code for login password. You're using some language to write the login password code. Now I'm saying that you don't have to write the code. I have a web service for login password. I have already written it. You can just come in and input all the variable parameters so that the code will be ready for you. Something like a code generator. Okay, if they do that, how easy it will be for somebody to come inside the cloud and make advantage of these services so that they will not spend much time in coding. So when they see, they saw a lot of services, web services. So they took each and every web service and they said, we are providing this. You don't have to code. You take our service, make some modifications, minor modifications which are required. For example, you want to place your company logo here. Then you want to use submit instead of confirm. Change the button to submit instead of confirm. Some minor changes. Other than that, the web service for login is already ready. If somebody says to you how easy it is, no? So you just have to use some Excel sheet to provide the data, but the code will be generated automatically. You at the very crux, I'm telling very superficial level. Web service has got a lot of usages, but I'm just telling you. So they have started. That's why they are called as cloud service providers, right? No, providers, cloud service providers, not just infrastructure. They are providing you web services also, right? No, so now the example that we have taken now, first thing is AWS, correct? No, DevOps on AWS Cloud. So you know this plan, complete thing, right? Plan, coding, building, testing, deploy, and operate. This we know already. We have seen n number of times. This is the SDLC life cycle that we are having. So each and every phase, plan, code, build, they are all having different tools. So AWS is having lot of services which are catering to the needs of this. For example, code. So what is continuous integration? I'm just giving you bits and pieces, but later we will see there's a big chapter for continuous integration in Jenkins. So we will see that. What is continuous integration? Let's just take a code, a developer, right? No, he is coding. Now I told you he will put the code in a repository, right? Now this code version is 1.1, right? Yeah, REST APIs is another thing, another concept. We'll come to that also. 1.2, he is making a new version. Okay, now what he will do? He will put the new version also into the repository. So you have 1.1, you have 1.2 also, correct? No? Then at some point of time, he will make more changes. 1.3, he will put 1.3 also here, right? No? All these are codes which are stored in the repository. Okay, now let's say 1.1 went to testing. He deploys. You remember I used the word deploy. He is deploying this code into testing. When 1.2 is coming, he has to deploy this 1.2 onto testing. After some time, he made 1.3. he has to deploy 1.3 onto testing. This is manual deployment. But continuous integration is a process which says as soon as the code is deployed onto the repository, it will automatically be deployed onto the testing. This is continuous integration. How easy it is, no? Let's say, for example, you are making some change, okay? In your bank account, you are making a change in your address, correct? No? For example, now this is your banking profile. They call it as customer profile, no? Customer profile. Now, within banking, you are having stocks, you are having loans, okay? You are having, let's say, banking, right? You're having different services, you're availing different services. In stocks, you go and change your address, okay? Then it's the website in such a way that in loans also you have to go and change the address. In bank also you have to go and change the address. But what if I say you change your address in a different module? There is a separate module called address. If I go and change my address in this module, it will get reflected everywhere. You don't have to do it in each and every module. Do it once here. It will all be reflecting in all your stocks, loans, and banks. It becomes very easy, no? In the same way, if the developer has to put all the code in the repository and then he has to take it to deployment into testing, sometimes he may forget, right? No, but if I say the moment he puts the code into the repository, it is automatically taken to testing. 1.2 comes inside, immediately it goes and deploys into testing. So testing team will get the latest code from the developer, and that is called as continuous integration. This goes on, you see, go code and build. You are building it and then you are putting it into testing. So this is continuous integration. What is continuous delivery? The moment you are testing it, if every time it goes to production, right? As soon as the testing is over, it is automatically taken to the production, continuous delivery. So that means without your knowledge, without developers' knowledge, as soon as the 1.2 is put into the repository, it will be taken and deployed into testing. Testing will be done automatically. Once that all the test cases passes, it will be taken and deployed onto production. This is continuous delivery. So if you are having continuous integration and continuous delivery, this is what is called as CI/CD. That's what people call, no? That's a craze that they have, that it should have CI/CD. What is the advantage? The developer is writing the code on Monday, right? No, on Monday night he deploys. The tester starts to test on Tuesday, right? No, he tests it until, let's say, Thursday, right? Then the code is being deployed onto UAT. The UAT tests for 2 days, right? No, so on next Monday, right? No, it goes for production, right? No, so that means it takes so much time because there are manual interventions. I'll come to your point, Suresh. I'll do that. Yeah, UAT. See, I'm just giving it. UAT also can be done. Concept user acceptance testing is still required because the way the users test, no, that will be different. Their thought process is different. You still need the concept. Okay. So what happens now? On Monday, the code is automatically deployed from development to testing because I have continuous integration. Here, the tester need not wait till Tuesday morning because the next day he comes, no, but the testing will be done automatically. There are some test cases, automated test cases, which will be picked up as soon as the deployment happens. The test case will automatically run and they will give a report. The report will say if 70% of the test cases are passed, deploy it onto UAT, right? Here UAT also can have some automated test cases. If those test cases, automated test cases, are also passed, let's say 80% of them is to be passed, you put just a condition. If 80% test cases are passed, which means what? If you have 100 test cases, 80 test cases should pass. If they are passed, take it to the production. And when the tester comes next day, Tuesday morning, if everything goes fine, instead of starting the testing, he will find that all the reports are ready for all the phases, and now the code has gone to production. You will save time, right now, and you will save manual errors also, because these are all scripts that are already available. They will be picked up automatically, just like they call it as jobs. One job finished, another job is taken, another job is finished, next job is taken. So they will be taken automatically, and then finally they will go to production. If need be, on Wednesday itself you can see them in production, because all the test cases are automated. They are passing the phase by phase, so you are saving time. And that's why the companies, the organizations are very keen to implement CI/CD, so that there are no manual interventions. The moment a new code is coming, it will be taken to the next levels by CI/CD, so that next day morning itself you can find the new code in the production itself. That is what is a simple terminology I'm saying. CI/CD is a huge chapter, but on the whole, if you want to understand in single line, CI/CD is nothing but automatically taking the code and passing it to the next level. If there is a failure, you can handle that. For example, instead of 80%, if it is 79%, it will stop here. It will send SMS to all the stakeholders. Test cases have failed. Please have a look at it. So people can come the next day and then correct that, rerun it. It can run. So you can do error handling, right now. You can do exception handling. You can do automation. You put all of this together and you achieve CI/CD. Coming back to your question, no approvals should be captured in the system or somewhere. Of course, approvals will be there. As I told you, you can fix how much test cases have to be passed. You may be having some importance. The test cases have passed 80%, but there is one critical test case. Okay, if this fails, 1 into 0 equal to 0. Even if 80% passed, if that one critical test case fails, don't take it. Stop it to production. So this kind of things also can be done. So all this will come as reports. The reports can be sent as SMS. The reports can be sent into your email IDs. Next day you can come and read the reports, and accordingly it will be there in the production. Got that, no? So this is called as continuous integration and continuous delivery, right? So there are tools which are helping you for that in the AWS world. How we can just make the continuous deployment, right? Yes, in CI/CD, where does Docker? Yeah, I'll come to that point. Yes, you can say right from the beginning itself. Okay, in Dockers and Kubernetes or containers. So you are packaging your code itself into the container only, no? So the developer, since you asked this question, so I told it this. It starts from code, it goes to test, it goes to UAT, then it goes to prod. Where do you package your code? You package your code in containers only. And if there are multiple containers, they all form together to make a Kubernetes. So the Kubernetes starts from the coding itself. You package everything in CI/CD using the containers only. So to answer your question, it's starting from stage only, first stage itself. Got that? No? Not a deployment stage. You're clear? Okay, right. So some tools are being used here. So we will just go ahead and see the next thing. So AWS, this is AWS world. Likewise, there is Azure world. Don't worry about learning AWS or Azure. For example, I am well versed with AWS, but I have probably 20% knowledge on Azure. But if I have to learn, in order to train the people, if I have to learn, it wouldn't take much time. In fact, I'll show you something which is very interesting. Okay. Then the comparison of services. Comparison AWS Azure. Azure is from Microsoft, as you know. AWS is from Amazon, so you know that. So you can see now. So what Azure has done, let me see. So what Azure has done is, we are giving this service. There is a parallel service which is given in this name. Function wise, both are same, right? No, for machine learning, Azure service calls it as machine learning, but AWS calls it as SageMaker, which means practically you are learning the same thing, but here and there you have to just learn the intrinsics of services. So 80% of your learning is over. If you are learning Azure, 80% of your knowledge in AWS is already done. You just have to transition, right now, and then come here and learn it. So that means you see each and every major service is having parallels. They are just the same, only name is different. Mostly internally, the way they have been implemented, everything will be the same. That's why I said that when you look at the tools, right, it's much easier, because if you learn AWS, you see the parallel thing that they have got. So in this diagram, you will be able to see this. See here. For example, K21 Academy is a project, and here I'm having boards for planning. Azure is a little bit different. He is having a planning scratch board. Then you are storing the repositories. You are taking all the repositories and putting into a pipeline. A pipeline is nothing but a channel. Just like the petrol is being transferred from one country to other country through oil pipelines. So a pipeline is a structure where they are just going to take that. So all your code is being transferred through the pipelines into testing, UAT, or wherever you want to put, right? You take the test plans, which is nothing but structured pre-written test cases. You can take that and then you can add them into the pipeline. So while the deployment is happening, immediately after the deployment, these test plans will be automatically tested. Automation testing, it will be done, and finally all the artifacts, test case results, reports, failures, all these things will be given as artifacts. So when you open your project, you will see yesterday how many things have happened. The same thing is happening in DevOps in AWS Cloud also, only that the tools they are having is having a different name. Coming back to Suresh question, just nomenclatures are different. Correct, absolutely right. No? Now we'll go to, I told you, the code repository. Let's go back and understand each and everything. No? So I think we started from somewhere here. Yeah, here. So let me redraw this diagram again to see the SDLC lifecycle. So now this is the DevOps lifecycle that I have. DevOps SDLC, which is nothing but starting with coding, okay, and ending in deployment, which is nothing but production. So multiple phases are happening. So I told you that in each and every phase I've got some tool or other. So we are starting here with respect to code repository. I'm making a lot of code. Developers make a lot of code. .C, .java, .js, right? They are making a lot of codes. Now they have to store it somewhere. No? So that storehouse is called as code repository. Okay, repository. Right. Take the question. Is the entire DevOps CI/CD process, where does the end user briefing takes place? What do you mean by end user briefing? You mean to say before taking it to production, can the user see, end user see, the product? Is that what you mean, Suresh? See, it all depends. If I understand the question, you mean to say that if everything goes automatically, then if there is any mistake, or if the client doesn't see, what will happen if it goes to production? Yeah, possibly, if I understand your question correct. So if everything is doing continuous integration and continuous, everywhere you have CI/CD, right? So the code is being taken automatically and finally it is put in production. The customer has not seen it, right? No? Yes. Correct. It will be made aware, because what will happen is always anything that you do is backed by artifacts. Okay, you will say that if there is any change that is happening, first of all, SMS will be sent and artifacts will be stored in, let's say, user/data/project, right? No, and followed by date.txt. So what the people will do, they will come to this and they will see that something happened in production. First of all, they will check their SMS or phone or email or whatever it is. So whatever is happening at the background yesterday night would have been informed to them. If everything is going fine, they would have been informed to them. If there is an artifact that is to be produced, the continuous integration CI/CD itself will put all the artifact mentioning that these are the changes that have been made, right? No? Yes, we will have change control for each and every change. Correct, you will be having it. Everything will be automatic. That's the only thing. For example, if I'm making 1.2 to 1.3, that's where it all started. No, the code was 1.2. The developer pushed the 1.3 code. Automatically, it took everywhere. No, in the artifact, you will find that the previous code is 1.2. The new code is 1.3. they will write this. Okay, so if in case you don't want this, okay, sometimes you don't want things to be automatically done, no? You would have seen normally it happens, no? In traffic control, normally every 3 minutes the signal changes, the red changes to green, and then the green changes back to red. So they're doing it automatically. But when there is a chaos, what they do, they switch off, right? No, and police traffic constables, they do it manually. They can operate it manually. Either they will operate the signal manually, or they will switch off and they will take manual control. Some constable will come and take it manually. In the same way, if you don't want CI/CD, you can switch off, or what you can do is you can say that when I put in this folder A, right? No, the CI/CD must happen. But you want to push it, but you are putting it in 1.3 in folder B instead of putting it in folder A. Then CI/CD will not pick up. CI/CD will see which folder you are putting. I am saying it as folder. It has got a different nomenclature. Okay, it's called as branch. In Git they call it as branch. So you can still put the repository in the code repository, your code in the code repository. But if you don't want CI/CD to pick up your new code, you can put it in a different folder. Then it won't be picked up. Okay. So there are ways to control, not to worry. Right. Let's go ahead and see the code repository. There are multiple code repositories which are available in the market. The most popular among them is Git. Okay. As you know now, Git is being bought over by Microsoft. Okay. It's a Microsoft product, and I'm also hearing that they are having a complete control. So later we will see that. In fact, last time we saw in our AWS Azure, we didn't see them. No? Okay, here somewhere you can see here, unlimited cloud hosted private Git repo. Remember, Azure is a Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft has very well integrated the repository, his repository with Git, because he has already bought over the Git. No, so he has integrated. Doesn't mean that you cannot have Git. I have got a free version of GitHub, so anyone can make. So when people who are learning DevOps, they will know that you can just go to github.com. You can open your account, no problem. You can sign up. So this is available, but just remember that once Microsoft is completely taking it over, maybe it might be made into a commercial site. Now it is community only, so anyone can make. Right. Now, what is a Git? A Git is a version control system. Now, what is a version control system? As I said, we are not going to learn in detail, but I'm just telling you a highlight of what is a version control system. Okay. See, code. Okay, I'm pushing the code. Right now, the code is becoming 1.1. Now I'm pushing the code where? I'm pushing the code into a repository. Why do I need a repository? I need a central place to store all my codes. I cannot store it in my personal laptop. I cannot store it in my own server. Why I cannot store it in my own server? It is not globally visible. A GitHub is a distributed, remember, it's a distributed version control system. What do you mean by distributed version control system? Nowadays, we are having projects in all directions of the world. No? A developer is sitting in New York, he is coding something. Another developer is sitting in Delhi, he is coding something. Another developer is sitting in Singapore, he is coding something. They all make changes to the same code. For example, bank.c, they are making same code, they are making changes. So what you could do, New York, since he is coming, for example, if he is coming early, then what he would do, he will do changes to the banking.c, and they call it as he checks in. They call it as check in. Just like you are checking your baggages, and once you are checking in, it is going into some central place, and they are storing it in the in the plane, in the flight. So you are checking your code into the repository, which is in our case Git. Now the person who is sitting in Delhi, who is coming in the next week, can see this. Okay. Please just you can stay on mute. Okay. So when he needs, he can check out. He can check out. You call it as check in and check out. When he checks out, what happens is the same code is ready, but if he makes even slightest change, for example, he adds one A to this code, when he checks in back, when he puts the code back, automatically it becomes 1.2. You don't have to make any version change. When there is any change to the code that is happening, it becomes 1.2. So who made the change? It will be available here. The information metadata will be available here, right? No. GitHub and GitLab have similar use. Yes, correct. GitLab is an overall control. GitHub is only code repository. Will come to GitLab also. Just give me 2 minutes. We'll come to GitLab also. Now 1.2. If this is being taken over in the next shift by the Singapore developer, it is available. 1.2 is available for checkout, but he makes changes and puts in, it will be 1.3. When the New York developer comes next day morning, he will see that he gave 1.2, but all these developers have changed it to 1.3. Now he can go and see each and every code version of the code and see what is being changed. Okay, so he will see that something has been added here, something has been deleted here. So a distributed version control system will have complete transparency, okay, of who does what. If a code fails, you can easily identify because of which version the code has failed, right? No, and most importantly, it is available in one place, right? No, GitHub. So it is one place where everyone can access, right? No, that is the advantage of GitHub. GitHub has got several other advantages. So while we learn the GitHub, as a tool, we will just know how to, make easily the check-ins and checkouts, and how the functionality happens. All that we can learn. But just understand that Git is nothing but a code repository. Now, for any tool, they will have the competitors, no? Yes, even if you want to have. Suresh, just understand, no? Which is the busiest, the busiest server in the world? Which is the busiest server in the world? Anyone can answer? The busiest server in the world? Can anyone concur? Busiest is Indian Railways. See, Netflix has got the data already. You are just making a read only of the data. And whatever you said before, no, the Google and all, what you're doing, the data is already present. You're only searching it, right? No, where is the point where you're writing the data, right? It's in Indian Railways. Why I'm mentioning Indian Railways? Because it is catering to the need of I think 17 crores. I guess 17 crores per day are accessing it. Many people are writing data into it. A database becomes highly data intensive and resource utilized only when you write the data. So the main points that you mentioned, Netflix, Google, you are reading the data. With very list of it, you are writing the data. Whereas in Indian Railways, just think over, no? If 17 crore people are accessing in a single day, which is 24 hours, just do a mathematics. 17 crores divided by 24, divided by 60 minutes, divided by 60 seconds. In a second, how many lakhs of people will access? Correct, no? Now the same question, Suresh, applies, right? No, if two people are trying to book a ticket at the same second, correct, no? Now only one should be given, no? Because you cannot say two people booked at the same second. So I am giving the S4 45th berth for both the people. You can split it and take it. Two people can. You cannot say no. So there some microsecond or something which says that this person has booked it first. Correct. Now once it is booked, it is locked. In the same way, if three people are taking, what will happen is it will see when it was checked out. Okay. So this question actually takes me somewhat deep into Git, but since you asked this question, for example, 1.1 is being accessed by three people, developer A, developer B, developer C. 1.1, if developer B accesses it in the same second, but he accesses it, the GitHub gets the request from the B first before it gets, then it is checked out to B. So until the B checks in back, 1.1 will be read only for developer A and developer C. Got that, no? Yes, of course. FIFO model, correct. First in, first out. Here, once it recognizes the B is the one who has taken it, it checks out for B and keeps read only for others. Until B comes back with check-in, they will not be taking the checkout. They will only have read only. Got that, no? Suresh? Okay. So AWS code commit, yeah. AWS code commit is the same. Okay, they are the competitor. Now GitHub is already there. AWS code commit is called as fully managed source control. Just like you would have seen that there are service providers available for your dish, correct? No, so you can watch CNN directly from the dish, but there is a cable service provider also, no? So in your local area there is a cable service provider. He says what, I will give you a package, right? No, so he says I will give you a package of CNN, I will give you a package of let's say Fox, right? I will give you a package of Star, I'll give you a package of everything, HBO, everything. He says he makes some packages and he gives to you. What he is doing, he's taking input from various sources and then he is making himself as a fully managed service. What is the advantage here? If you go for each and every service, you have to pay for HBO separately, you have to pay for the Star separately. But if you take a cable service, he gives to you for a lesser cost, right? No, because you are taking packages, he gives to you for a lesser cost. In the same way, you can become a member of Git, you can enroll in Git and you can put it directly. But if you go through code commit, he is something like a cable provider. He has Git in the behind, but what he does is he manages all your requests through code commit. For example, you can see he's doing everything on Git based repositories only, but at the same time he does multiple services along with that, so that he gives the repository a complete package. So you can use AWS code commit. If you use AWS code commit, internally he will use GitHub only, but he will give you several other services. You can see here, code commit eliminates the need to operate your own source control system, which means that I don't have to go in and sign in, or I don't have to sign up. I will do in code commit. The code commit internally will sign in, right, and then fetch the records for me. It is his job to do that. So now I'm just making it, just like in the stock world also, you are telling, you can individually invest in stocks, you can directly invest in companies, or you can go through ICICI Direct. They are all brokers, no? So they will go and do it on your behalf. They will raise the DMAT and things like that, and then they will give you. So what they are doing, they are taking the service and they are obscuring, they abstracting some of the things that you have to do manually. They are doing on your behalf. That's what is exactly happening in AWS code commit, right? So this is otherwise using Git only. You can see here. Repos is also using Git. You can understand the importance of Git. No, people who are asking what I should learn, probably the simplest thing that you can learn is Git. Okay, I have a beautiful, I had a book reference which is available online. By next week, I'll try to get that. It's very good. It's very elaborate, but it's very good book on Git, complete end-to-end Git. So because Git is being the probably a baby for happy baby for all these market players, no? So you can start with Git. Okay, it's a very easy tool also to learn. So Azure Repos is also using. Azure Repos is equal to code commit. Okay, they're all doing the same job. Okay, I told you build. What does build do? A developer develops the code, correct? So what are all the different codes that he has to build? He has to build the core code. Then he has to build some config files, right? No, he has to do some data prep. He has to put some environment variables, right? No, then global functions. All these things are part of code, and there might be some third-party code also that he might do that. We have been doing it. Third-party tools, we use that and then we change the code and we put that. The build engineer packages all these things and takes it as one single package before it is being deployed onto testing team. These are all different codes, but they are being packaged as one build. Okay, when it goes to testing, it goes as one build. There is a mvn.mvn file. So this might be a C file, this might be a C++ file, this might be a Java file. They are all taken together. They are being built into one Maven file, one or two or whatever. It is concised into one Maven file, and the Maven is being put into testing. Okay, so it's something like a zipping. They zip the things, and Maven is one tool which is being used for that. So I can see here, no, the build process has source code, it has got test scripts, it has got some libraries, right? All these things are taken as a build file. You do the build process, and then you say the report that I have done everything, right? I've done all that. And if you want, I can give the artifact also, whatever artifact is that I'm giving you. So you are compiling all the things together, and when it goes to testing, it goes as one single thing. Remember, developer is different, build engineer is different, and Jenkins, that is deployment engineer, is different. Previously, developer only used to do all these things, but now it has become so complicated. Our codes have become so complicated that developer is doing only the development job. The build engineer is taking all the developer's code, and then he's compiling it into one build file called as Maven file. Here you can see, Ant and Maven are popular tools. He is compiling that, and then he's using the build process. In the build process, things may fail. If something fails, the build engineer will return the code to the developer. He will say that functionally it's not working. While I compiled everything, it failed. The developer will correct the test scripts, source code, everything, again give it back to the build engineer. The build engineer will compile and build it. If it passes, then he says report is ready. And that build file only is given for the testing team for deployment. Okay? So Maven is doing that job. Testing tools, I think we already know. How many of you have heard Selenium? Anyone is using Selenium in your project? Selenium is an automation tool. Okay, it is an open source freeware which is existing for the past 15 years. I have been using Selenium. I mean, past, I have forgotten that, but I've been using Selenium since 2006. I remember. So it was very a small freeware kind of thing. Now it has become an open source big tool. I mean, Selenium is competing with all testing tools. It is an automation tool which you can use, and there is something called JMeter also. Mostly Selenium is used as a tester automation. JMeter is used as a developer automation. Okay, so both are being used as a testing products only. See, these days what they do in testing is, normally how do you do testing? You build the code, correct? No, you package the code, and then the tester is going to have test cases, 10 test cases. He will execute each and everything, and he will say functionally passed, correct? No, functionally passed. 10 out of 10 test cases all passed. That's how we will say. Now what they are doing, no, they are first writing the test cases. They are writing the code for the test cases. Okay, and then they are testing on a blank application where the code itself is not there, which means that they are just running the test scripts. When they are running, it will say all fail. Okay, when there is no code, how will it pass? So it will fail, no? Then they will create only login application, only code for login. They will run it again. Only login will pass, all others will fail. Then they will create, the developers will create login plus banking. Again they will run. Okay, and they will see that only 2 test cases are passed. So like this, they are running again and again. First they are testing, and then they are developing. Right now, these days they are doing, and these days they are called as software development engineers testers or engineering testers. Software development engineering testers or something, which means you need to have a development knowledge. Earlier I told, no, black box testing, where you don't need to know the code. These kinds of testers should also need to know the code. Okay, that's a difference. But these days, these SDET testers are more, which means you need to have JMeter knowledge more. But Selenium is also industry-wide popular. You can learn Selenium also if you're a tester. CI/CD I told you, so I can see a brief note of how CI/CD is being developed. For all these things, they are using Jenkins only. And the competitors of Jenkins are Bamboo, Circle CI, all these people are competitors, right? So you can use any of them. Travis, I think, is a commercial tool. You have to pay, but Jenkins is a freeware, and even Bamboo is freeware. GitLab, you asked, no? Somebody asked for GitLab. You can see that this is an integration tool, whereas GitHub is just a repository only. In fact, that's what they would have explained here also. You can just have an introduction about Jenkins, and you can see code pipeline is the example for or competitor for the Jenkins here. So code pipeline does the same thing. So it takes the source code, it does the build. After build, it is given to testing. From testing, it is put into staging. This is what you call it as UAT also sometimes, and then it is sent into production. All this, the pipeline only takes. It is in the pipeline that you write the script in order to take it stage by stage. In the pipeline also, you insert the test cases. You say, if the test cases are passed, take it to testing. If the test cases are passed, take it to staging. If it doesn't pass, then get it back to testing. Don't deploy anything. Send an email. So all these are done by code pipeline. They are also done by Jenkins also, right? So AWS has also got the CI/CD pipeline. So again, you can see that it's all the same, right? You are having a code commit, which is repository. You are building it, you are deploying it. Finally, you are taking it to all the servers, whether it is going to be QA or staging or production. Yes, something like that, right? GitHub doesn't have CI/CD completely. They are not fully, they are not fully manageable things. See, as I told you, now GitHub itself is coming into Microsoft. Microsoft is already having, so they are having a complete this thing for Azure DevOps. They are having completely. So GitHub is separate this thing. They are not having a complete CI/CD setup. Okay, you can see here, Azure CI/CD pipeline. All are same. Whether it is code pipeline from AWS or Jenkins separately independently, or it is going to be Azure CI/CD, they are all the same only, but they are all competitors. One from Microsoft and one from Jenkins is independent, and one from AWS, as we know, right? No, so Google Cloud is also there in this entire race. We forgot Google Cloud. They are also there, and you can see here. We don't need to know individually the components, but you can see that code, build, package, and then operate. So this is the general cycle that they follow, right? No? GitLab, you asked, no? So GitLab is suite of tools for managing different aspects. So you can see here that Redis is something that is called as in-memory database. It is a temporary memory database they are having. Then you are having the permanent database called as PostgreSQL. They combine everything, and then let's say, for example, Nginx is the one where it is going to host all the pages. For example, let me say my accessbank.com or my ICICIbank.com, right? ICICI. So this is running on a web service, Apache kind of thing. Okay. So is it working? Taking time? No problem. Let us do it with Access Bank. It's not taking time. Huh? Yeah, this is better. So this, they are hosting it on an Apache server, and this is what you are seeing here as Nginx. Okay, Nginx is an Apache server where it is written, and all the pages, right, which is being developed by all these things. Okay, so your database, your in-memory database, and all your the shell and all the development scripts are being hosted here, right? So this is also a kind of complete end-to-end that you are having. So GitOps is also kind of continuous integration and continuous deployment only. See, there are two words, continuous integration, continuous deployment, and continuous development. Continuous delivery. You can see here, continuous integration is up till the test. That is, if you are automatically taking the code to the testing, it is called as continuous integration. If you are taking until release, that is just before production, then it is called as delivery. If you are completely putting it and deploying on the final production itself, it is called as deployment. So all these things put together is only called as DevOps. If you are using DevOps, you are using Jenkins, you are using GitHub code repository, right? You are using some tool for testing like Selenium. So all put together only are called as DevOps. So these are all, again, all these are alternatives. Argo CD. I don't know whether you are going to use all these things. I don't know whether it's included in the syllabus, but just remember that these are all competitors for the same market. No, so they are trying to capture the CI/CD market. Now, by the way, what is a declarative statement? This is very important. See, somebody asked, no, is coding required for me? Okay. See, I will tell you, these days declarative programming is becoming more popular. What do you mean by declarative programming? Let's say I'm having Oracle, I'm having PostgreSQL, right now I'm having NoSQL. These are three different databases. Okay, yeah, correct. I will come to that. So you see, if I have to insert something into Oracle, if I'm following this database, if I'm saying I have to insert something into, I have to clearly give the syntax: insert into table values. Okay, then I have to give the values, then I have to put comma. This is one full statement for Oracle. But if I'm going for PostgreSQL, maybe this will change. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, insert into tables. Okay, instead of comma, let's say colon. If this is the syntactical change, then you have to give this syntax to enter into PostgreSQL. If it is NoSQL, so you will say update something simply. So different database follow different syntaxes. If you are giving exactly the command to say that you have to use this database only, Oracle only, so I am giving you insert into something, that is called as imperative statement, right? No, sometimes you might have seen, no, some people are doing micromanagement. Some managers are there, they will exactly tell you what to do step by step, right? No, and you'll have to follow them. But some managers are there, they will be saying, you do this by today evening and tell me. However you want, you can do, but do it and tell me. Declarative statements will only say a declarative word, which is not imperative, which is not saying you have to do this. In declarative, the advantage is if you say insert, okay, something, if Postgre is followed, then it will automatically take the Postgre syntax. If Oracle is followed, it will take the Oracle syntax. So it is flexible. Declarative statements are flexible. No matter what database you pick, declarative statements can choose that. Okay. So imperative statement means you are clearly giving the syntax. So this code will not work in Postgre. Imperative statement code will not work in other databases or any other source. But declarative statements are commonly written that you can apply them. What is the advantage? Tomorrow, if you are changing the database, or tomorrow, if you are changing from AWS to Azure, you don't have to rewrite the code if you are writing it in declarative statements. Now you can understand, no? Argo CD is a declarative statement, correct? Compatibility. Declarative means what? If you do the Argo CD, the deployment, this tool, then tomorrow if you are changing something, you don't have to rewrite the code. It will automatically see if it is compatible, then it will run the code according to the tool which you are connecting. You don't have to rewrite the syntax. Circle CI, all these are just competitors, you can just imagine, right? Now let's quickly go into Terraform and Ansible. See, for now, what all the things that we have seen, you know what is a code repository, right? No? Git is the example. You know what is the coding tools, Java, C++, Node.js, these are the tools. What are the tools for continuous integration and continuous deployment? Jenkins, right? No, you know Circle CI, Circle CI. These are the tools. Argo CD, right? No, these are the tools that we have. Now we are coming to another thing called as Terraform and Ansible. What are a GitLab? Correct, GitLab. Right? No, what is the Terraform and Ansible do? There is something called configuration management. Okay, what do you mean by configuration management? I told you an example, if you remember, that there are 10 laptops. Okay, And in all these laptops, they all belong to the development team. These laptops have to be same, no? The pattern has to be same. There has to be a Linux operating system for all. These developers are belonging to the same thing, no? Document infra, correct. That's what I'm coming to. Now these, no, all are same developers, no? They are belonging to one team. So they are all belonging to Linux. They are all having the same set of applications, security patches, everything. Will you go and install these utilities one by one? No. What you will do, you will write a script. This is called as infrastructure as coding, IAC. When you write a code and when you just run the code, this will identify all the connected laptops. Each and every laptop is called as a node. It will identify the node. The node is not only the laptop, the node can be a server also. Okay, and you can say that for all the nodes that are connected, install let's say Microsoft, install Unix, okay, install Microsoft Office. What will happen? At one shot, all these things will get the software, okay, will get the utilities, will get the patches, will get the operating system, everything. You are not going and deploying it each and every machine, but sitting in one place, you write an infrastructure as code, which is nothing but what should each and every node possess. And the best part is this will always be connected as server and client server. If there is any change that is made here, the infrastructure as code, the configuration management will see that some change has taken place. It will come down, it will remove that and put it in the same way, right? No, for example, I know that I think you know that, you know, all these franchises, you see Subway and you know, all these you know, McDonald's, everybody. Why can't they sell sweets, right? No, all your you know, halwas and whatever, why can't they sell that? The sales will be big, no? They can earn, no? By selling biscuits, chocolates, everything. They can make the entire McDonald's into a supermarket, mini supermarket, no? They cannot make. Why? Because if the McDonald's franchise owner comes and sees that these are not the things according to my protocol, you should sell only burgers. Subway, you should sell only subs. What will he do? He will remove all the extra items and he will say, as per protocol, you are my franchise, you should sell only these things because this is the protocol. The same way, if one of the nodes or installing something which is not as per the protocol of IAC, it will see, it will come and it will change to the original thing, that is called as idempotency. Idempotency is nothing but not only installing the same tools and patches across all the nodes, but also monitoring that they are following the protocol. If somebody doesn't follow the protocol, he will come and wipe out the extra thing and he will reinstall what is available in the source. Yeah, see, Ansible and Terraform or IAC, but Ansible is more of you know, it's going into more of a infrastructure as a code for making all the utilities on hardware, whereas Terraform is something which is multi-cloud kind of structure. For example, in Terraform, how you will use is, you say I require 3 instances. Okay, now if you use Terraform, it would say that 2 instances I can take it from AWS and 1 instance I can take it from Azure. So he sits above the cloud service provider. He is becoming the central source and he decides which is optimal for you. For many reasons, it could be that 2 instances taken from AWS will be better and 1 instance from Azure will be better. You need 3 instances. If you are left alone, you will choose all the 3 in either AWS or Azure. But if you take Terraform, it optimizes your need and it makes a complete blueprint of how your project, it decides by itself. Little bit different, no? In Ansible also it does that, but it's mostly from the, you know, the infrastructure management, that is configuration management perspective. Here the complete management is done by the complete infrastructure management itself is done, right from choosing which is to be taken, which is to be left out, all that. Tomorrow I can even say that I think this is proving to be a little bit unproductive. Make all the 3 instances. This you can make. For that, you can write an IAC script. Here you can say, I want 3 instances. In Terraform, you will not say, I want 3 instances from AWS. You will only say, I want 3 instances. What was it called? Declarative statements. Right now, time to time, Terraform will decide whether all the 3 should be taken from AWS or 2 plus 1 or 1 plus 2. Everything will decide. You will only make a declarative statement. Terraform will decide. So that is called as infrastructure as code. So both are IAC, but the way in which their scope is defined is a bit different. Right, infrastructure as code. I told you this way. Right, Terraform infra automation. Then Ansible is config management. Just you can read that this is infra automation. It chooses multiple things. You see, it also has Google Cloud. It also has AWS. It uses Kubernetes. All together, you can manage it here. If you want to make any change, you don't go in AWS and make change. In this code, you make change as a declarative statement. If that impacts AWS, Terraform itself will come and make that change. That is a big difference. Okay. So container and Kubernetes, I have already told you container and Kubernetes, what is the difference? Containers are nothing but a shell where you pack all your applications together. Now there is a difference between virtual machine and Docker. There is containers. So let's not go into that diagram. At this moment it will be difficult. See, I told you virtual machine is nothing but a Xerox, which means a photocopy of your environment. Okay, so you have a physical server. Okay, let's say 5 petabyte of server, of which you have installed OS as Linux, and you have installed some patches. When you make a virtual machine, the entire thing will be copied, right, into, let's say, a snapshot, SNP, a file. Your entire server is made as a file. This is called as a template. Now, once you have the template, you can make 10 copies or 10 servers, 100 servers, it's up to you. Once you have made the entire thing as one copy, just like your Xerox, once you take a photocopy of one original, you can make out of the 10 or 15 copies also. No? So that's what is called as the virtual machine. In virtual machine, operating system is also copied, right? No? In when you make a photostat, you cannot say first half is only required. Photostat always will copy the page end to end. So not only the application, the operating system will also be copied. You can see here, no? The operating system is also copied. Whereas in containers, operating system is kept outside the container, and that's why they are very fast. Remember, the performance of any application is 80% dependent on the operating system. If your operating system is kept out of your application, it will be dramatically faster. That's why containers are very fast to invoke. Their invoking time is just less than 10 seconds. Whereas in virtual machine, it has to boot the OS also. So always booting the OS takes more time. So your boot process is much faster in containers and probably much slower. But that doesn't mean that people are not using VMware. There are people who use VMware. In fact, there are people who take VM and put containers within VM. That also they are doing, but just have these knowledge at the very superficial level. Okay, so container also has got lot of variations. Okay, so container has got, Docker has got competitors like Rocket and CRIO. So Docker is famous in the market, but there are people who use Rocket and CRIO also. They are also doing the containerization process only. I told you, a shell where you put all the application together, so and make it platform agnostic. So the same is done by CRIO and Rocket also, but Docker is famous in the market, right? What is orchestration? I'll give you, probably we are going to end the session in 2 minutes. Let me just give you one example. What is orchestration? Let's say there is a CEO of a startup company. A CEO will have his friends now. Normally, when you make a startup, you will combine together with 10 people, and you will be knowing each and every one. No? So you exactly know as to, right. You will exactly know as to what are all these people doing. You know the strengths and weaknesses of these people. So a startup always has less than 10 or 20 people. The CEO directly interacts with all the people. He knows the strength and weakness. But what if this company goes to 100,000 people? Will the CEO know each and every person? No, he is not expected to know. What will happen? The company will go into something like this, right? No, some employees will report to leads. These leads will report to managers. These managers will report to CEO. The CEO will not know what is the daily task of each and every employee. He doesn't need to bother also. That will be taken care by the managers and leads. This is called as orchestration. When container is little, Docker can manage. When containers are in thousands and thousands, Docker cannot manage. And that's when we introduce Kubernetes. Kubernetes is an orchestrator. In Kubernetes, you only worry about how to manage the containers. You are not bothered about what each container just does. Just like a CEO who is managing 1,000 employees, he doesn't care about what each and every employee works. He only cares about whether all the 1,000 employees are working or not, put together, whether the company is going in a profitable fashion. If some employee doesn't work, what will happen? He will be taken out and another employee will be replaced. They don't bother about the productivity of the employee. They will just fire him. They will take another employee. Right now, in the same way, if a container doesn't work, orchestrator just throws off the container and makes another container. So the orchestration, which is nothing but Kubernetes, is all about managing the containers, whereas container is about running an application properly. Right now, we will learn more about this. I can give you more examples when we are doing it. Just like you had Git, and your the AWS managed the Git services. Your Kubernetes is also managed by AWS and Azure. The EKS is nothing but Elastic Kubernetes Service. So instead of directly using Kubernetes, you can use Amazon's EKS. It will create containers for you. It will create the Kubernetes service for you rather than you directly creating it. The same is done by AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service. If you use the Azure, it will create containers for you rather than you creating the container. So Google Kubernetes Engine also does the same thing. These are all managed services. They will do other services along with this. So that is the use that you have right now. So like that, we can just quickly go through this one is important. Okay? With this, I will conclude. Probably for other things, we can take it later also. There are very little only monitoring tools and scripting. So we'll just see what is blue-green deployment. This last one I will complete and then we can just close it for the day. What is blue-green deployment? See, I told you when there is a server and when you want to make change, you will bring down the server. So when you are bringing down the server, when the customer is trying to access it, he will not get it. He will only get under maintenance. Why? Because the server is down. Can you make changes to the code without bringing down the server? For example, an application runs in 5 containers. Okay. Now this is version 1.1. You are introducing version 1.2. The new code is coming up. If you don't have to bring down, what you will do is you will take out 1.1 one container, you bring 1.2. You just take out the 1.1 second, you bring one, take out one. What is happening? Slowly you are giving the new one without bringing down the server. Slowly you are bringing the new version. Slowly you are discarding the old version. At some point of time, you will see that all the old versions have died and new version has come without bringing down the server. This is called as blue. This is called as green. Blue-green deployment is a way in the deployment strategy where you don't bring the server down, but slowly and steadily you replace one container or set of containers with the new containers and then throwing the old containers. After some point of time, you will have the new version ready. So this is called as green deployment and all the blue is taken out. This is called as rolling update. Okay. In Kubernetes, this is called as rolling update. Yeah, rollout, way, rollout, restart, all are nothing but rolling update. So when you do this, even when your application is running in production, even when your customers are accessing your application, you still can make changes to your deployment. When it is running on a peak hour also, you can make the changes. Google does this very often. Okay, so this is called as rolling update. And I'm not going to explain in detail as this is just the starting point. No? Monitoring tools, you know, right? No, your CCTV is a monitoring tool. So how do you monitor your applications? So there is a tool called Prometheus, which takes metrics out of whatever you are doing and provides the metrics using this tool, Prometheus. So this is a monitoring tool. What do you mean by monitoring? What is the current CPU usage? How many pods are running? How many pods are failing now? What is your memory? All this you need to know. No? So those matrices are being provided by Prometheus. There are Grafana and other tools. So Grafana is in using more visual manner. Prometheus and Grafana are visual tools only, but in visualization, Grafana has got more visuals than this one. This is more of a graphical tool. This is a visual tool. Okay, but they are providing only metrics. Okay, Datadog is also another metrics kind of provider. Scripting, we know what is scripting. Coding, correct? No, you are using scripting mostly in Linux based, Unix based applications. Okay, like Bash and shell scripting. If you want to write a Unix code, whether you require it, no, mostly you don't require it. But people who are interested can write shell scripting, or if you are interested in Python, you can write Python scripts. All these things developers can use that. Okay, you can either write shell scripts, you can either write Python scripts, or you can even use PowerShell. PowerShell is a kind of Unix only, kind of Linux only, but it is coming from the Microsoft. Okay, these are the things, and we have also listed some of the Linux commands if you want to have. People who are studying Linux or DevOps in detail, no, so you can just take a look of that. There are Linux cheat sheets also. So if people who are doing the Kubernetes, no, I will attach in the help file some of the Linux cheat sheets. So basic commands you can learn that. Take the Suresh question now. Nowadays Istio is being used. Yes, yes, all. Istio is a service tool which uses traffic management, monitoring, and security. All of that. I think in Kubernetes, full topic CKAD we will cover that. But to answer your question, Istio is doing traffic management, monitoring, and security also. Okay. So kind of quick overlook. You don't have to take too much, because today we have discussed a lot of tools and lot of concepts. Just have it, all this as just a taste of it, but you will learn these things in detail. Overall, what you should know is DevOps is a change of culture. So here, when you are a DevOps engineer, whether you are doing this tool or that tool, you should learn some more tools to the left and right, and you should be able to help each other. So it's a culture where you just learn one tool and then learn to help others using your general recognition of what is happening in the upstream and downstream. Okay. So with that concept, sorry, I've taken 10 minutes more. So we'll call it a day today. So all the people who are following Docker and Kubernetes will continue next week. Yeah. Thanks a lot for your time. Thanks everyone.
Hey, you are sending the recording?
Yes, yes. I think Sahid will take care of that, but I will remind.
Yeah, because there is a issue in the time mentioning. They said 11
No
a.m. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I'll everything is being recorded, so I will give that. Yeah. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Where you are updating? You are sending an email or in WhatsApp?
I think it will be there in the portal itself. They will update and then send you an email where you can just see in the portal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, sure. PPT will be shared. PPT and all the the video will be shared with you. Okay, then good night, everyone.
Good night. So continue this to this one. It's going to start Docker and Kubernetes, right? Coming week.
Yes, correct. Next week we are going to start the Docker basics.
So before that, do we need to review anything else or study anything else?
Nothing. You can come with blank this thing, no problem. We can start with the basics.
Okay, great.
Thanks a lot.
Will that be CK or CKAD from next week onwards?
I'm not sure whether they have, because even I haven't got the complete course this thing. So in the due course they will do that. So we will see how they divide it. For me, it looks like both CK and CKAD. Up to some level, you can have both the same because they have interlaps. So we can do the same. Mostly they will combine initially, and then depending on variations, they will split in the later sessions, I guess.
Got it. Thanks.
Yes, everything we went over today, is this all under module? Would this all be considered under module 1?
Yes.
Okay.
It will be day 1, rather it's day 1.
Okay, because I was just trying to figure out what to look over as far as like the DevOps for beginners,
Yes.
you know, like the structured course in there. That's what I was just wondering, like if it's this is under module 1 or 2 or combined.
Completely, no, this is completely module 1.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Okay, have a good day, everyone. Good night.
Night. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.